and gentlemen, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدات والسادة ضيوفنا الكرام، أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, esteemed guests, speakers and panelists. My name is Ahmed Al-Saadi and it is an honor to be the master of ceremony for today's event. On behalf of ACWA Power, I would like to extend a warm welcoming to all of you. So thank you for coming over. To explore the vital role of sustainability and carbon offsetting mechanisms in shaping the low-carbon future. We are excited to discuss how corporations can align their strategies with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 and beyond. At first, I would like to have Mr. Asim Al-Hilu to give us a small brief about fire evacuation, God forbidden. Thank you.
My name is Asim and I'm Chief Engineer for Holiday Inn Hotel, plus and I'm responsible for safety. And I would like to say that for this ballroom, as Zaytuna one, we have two fire exits, one on your left side, one on your right side, and we have two fire cabinets. For outside, you can find out the main entrance. There is also the assembly points that, in case of fire, you can the staff will guide you to the assembly points, and all the staff are trained for the safety. And we have also make sure that minimum of one staff that available to be trained for the first aid, and also certified from Saudi Crescent Authority. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Asim. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open today's workshop, I am delighted to invite Mr. Riyadh Al-Saadi, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of ACWA Power, to deliver the opening remarks. So please join me in welcoming him to the stage. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, panelists, and industry experts, good morning and welcome to the first edition of ACWA Power Sustainability and Carbon Offsetting Workshop. It is truly an honor to have you all here today as we come together to discuss one of the most critical global challenges, climate change, and the role of carbon offsetting in driving corporate sustainability. The workshop hosted by ACWA Power aims to address climate change and the significance of carbon offsetting in promoting corporate sustainability, emphasizing the importance of collaboration among various stakeholders. ACWA Power, as a leader in renewables energy development, plays a crucial role in generating high-quality RECs and actively engages in carbon markets to promote investments in clean energy and corporate sustainability and corporate decarbonization. We are developing seawater reverse osmosis solutions, which has a lower carbon footprint. We are the world's largest private desalination company. Current contracted capacity is over 9 million cubic meters per day. 20 water assets across 4 countries serve millions of people. Our tech advancements have enabled us to achieve 50% decrease in levelized water costs since 2007 and 87% reduction in specific power consumption. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 emphasizes economic diversification and environmental responsibility, with significant commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and increase renewable energy integration. Environmental attributes such as renewable energy certificates and carbon credits are essential tools that facilitate cooperation in measuring and offsetting emissions while supporting the country's national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. The workshop serves as a platform for dialogue, sharing best practices and exploring innovative solutions to help corporations navigate decarbonization challenges and achieve their sustainability goals. As we begin today's session, I encourage all of you to actively engage, share your perspectives, and foster collaborations that will drive real progress in our collective sustainability efforts. Once again, thank you for being here, and I wish you all an inspiring and productive workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rad, for your remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is panel of discussion titled as Decarbonizing the Corporate World, Strategies to Address Carbon Footprints and GHG Emissions. This session will feature insight from experts on particular strategies for corporate decarbonization, highlighting innovative solutions like carbon credits and renewable energy certificates. Now, allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. First, Mr. Fadi Saada, Head of Technology of the Regional Voluntary Carbon Market Company. Mr. Ra'ad Al-Saadi, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of ACWA Power. Mr. Dirk van Everkorn, Chair of Board of iTrack Foundation. Mr. Ed Everson, Chief Executive Officer of Iveden. Mr. Ibrahim Al-Hilali, Executive Director of Saudi Arabia Chapter of the United Nations Global Compact. Please welcome them. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this panel will be moderated by Mr. Stefanos Morelatos, Director of Corporate Strategy at ACWA Power. Please join me in welcoming them all to the stage. Thank you.
A warm welcome once again on behalf of ACWA Power to today's Environmental Attributes Workshop. It is of great pleasure to have you, all the industry experts here in a room with so high energy. So I'm pretty sure you're all excited for today's panel and Fireside Chats. I won't spend much time. I will just go straight into what the first panel discussion is about. The issues and the discussion we'll be having is how does innovation in financing renewables and deploying them at large scale comes together with carbon markets and market instruments such as carbon credits and IREX all of them under the global umbrella of sustainable frameworks and sustainable policies, to really empower corporations into achieving their decarbonization targets and agendas. Because we believe corporations have as much to do in the fight against climate change as that of governments, policymakers and regulators. So before we start the discussion, I would like to give the panel members the opportunity to briefly introduce themselves and their area of expertise. So if we can start from my left with Mr. Fadi.
Of course. Hello everyone, my name is Fadi Sada. I'm the head of technology here at VCM. All right, sorry. So I'm the head of technology here at VCM. I had the expertise of building around more than 4 carbon credit exchanges around the world, starting from Abu Dhabi into Indonesia carbon market into Brazil. Here we built with VCM one of the largest carbon credit exchanges that we launched last year back in November. We managed to trade more than 3 million carbon credits over the last 3 months only, and over the life cycle of the company, we managed to work more than 7 million carbon credits. And this just shows the appetite of the corporates here in the kingdom and in the region when it comes to decarbonization.
Excellent. Mr. Rad, if you please want to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Riyadh Al-Sadi. We just met a few seconds ago, but I just wanted to tell you that at ACWA Power, we don't get too excited about titles. We all have one mission. So in this mission, I work for Dr. Rasha and for Majid sitting here. So we're just supporting the drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dirk, please.
Yes, good morning. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here at this very interesting workshop, so thank you for the invitation. I am here representing the ITRAC Foundation, the standard-setting body for the IREC-E Energy Attribute Certificate Instrument. The IREC-E certificate is instrumental in decarbonizing industry because it provides reliable, trustworthy, fact-based information on the sources of the electricity produced, and therefore it is very important. We, at the ITRAC Foundation, we developed a global standard, but we work with local organizations to have a flexible local implementation, and we are very happy to work with strong organizations like ACWA Power, locally in an exciting environment like Saudi Arabia, but also with a company like Evident, who is the global registry for our IREC instrument.
Excellent, thank you very much. Mr. Ed Everson, please.
Hello, I'm Ed Everson and I'm CEO of Evident. I've been involved in renewable electricity certification since the mid-1990s, the creation of the Green Label system in the Netherlands, which was the first renewable electricity certificate, and then the development of the market across Europe from the late 1990s until about 2015, when helped set up the ITRAC Foundation, and we created Evident to provide a global service for renewable electricity certification. It's a pleasure to be here with ACWA Power, who were the first organisation in this region to recognise the benefits of IREC and how IREC can work alongside carbon certificates and be a complementary product within the portfolio.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Ibrahim, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Al-Hilali. I'm the Executive Director for the United Nations Global Compact Network in Saudi Arabia. I'm also the Chair for the Regional Council for the Middle East. Very happy to be here in this workshop with ACWA Power and partners. ACWA Power is one of the main drivers for sustainability within the United Nations Global Compact Network in Saudi Arabia. They sit in our board. As the United Nations Global Compact, what we are working on, we help companies to work in sustainability by aligning with 10 UN principles that cover the 4 areas of environment, human rights, labor, and anti-corruption. Today we have around 100 companies representing Saudi Arabia in the United Nations Global Compact, and we are aiming to help more companies through showcasing the leadership of other companies that are leading in sustainability, such as ACWA Power and other companies present here. And we hope that we come out with very good discussions today that will help driving the agenda of sustainability within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the brief introductions. I think we can kick off the discussion. A very brief statement to initiate the discussion. I think in the past 10 and even more intensely in the past 5 years, we've seen a lot of ambitions around decarbonization from corporations on top of the NDCs of governments over the past decade. So I think the ambition is already set at a very high level, both in the region but also globally, which is great, but of course we need to support with the implementation of such targets and ambitions. So the first question, and maybe we can start with Mr. Riyadh, is on the innovation around financing and deploying renewables at large scale, which is currently happening in Saudi Arabia, of course. So how does the innovation in financing and the deployment of such scale of renewables directly supports companies in their decarbonization agendas and target setting?
I think historically for many sectors, we've had to look at best practices to bring them globally into Saudi Arabia to find solutions. I think, however, this is going to be a new frontier. In this space, we don't have to follow. I think we have an opportunity to lead. I think we must find solutions ourselves and then go and try to use organizations, great organizations like yours, to maybe help export some of these ideas. We don't have to sit and wait. I think we have a responsibility. Saudi Arabia has invested more than any country in the world in infrastructure as a percent of GDP. It's almost 6.9%. A lot of it is in the renewables. Our target of 130 gigawatts of renewable by 2030 is one of the most ambitious in the world. That will come with many learnings, including what you just described. So how are we going to do it? You were kind enough to mention earlier that we were one of the first companies to do it. I think that's just the beginning, and we mustn't rest on our laurels. I think we must build on that success. And I think the event we're having today is part of that. We want to come and share some of our findings, some of our learnings, but I hope you find in us also someone who's willing to listen and wants to improve. We've discussed what we've done as ACWA Power in Saudi Arabia, but you know we've also contributed in events outside Saudi Arabia, in Africa. There are auctions before, and we've always very involved. When people talk about Iraq, they always talk about buying it. We also have a responsibility to sell it as well, because we have so much to do. Actually, some companies like ours will do both buying and selling, depending on which market you're in, what the regulations are. So basically what I want to say is what we don't know is a lot more than what we know. And we are one of the leaders. I can imagine many people in this room find themselves in the same predicament, feeling that there's so much more to learn. So we're hoping today's event is the beginning of this new learning.
Thank you very much. And I think it's becoming even more relevant given the scale of our operations, especially in Saudi Arabia, and how much more renewables is being added year by year, breaking each other year's record.
Yeah, if I may mention one more thing, the financial aspect of it is also important, because one of the challenges of energy transition is to continue to bring the price down so it can be affordable. I think you've seen Saudi Arabia is a global leader, and if I may mention, ACWA Power is the world's lowest tariff. And this is intentional on our part. We want to be affordable, but we also want to be reliable, and we want to be sustainable. So I think initiatives such as this are one of the main tools to make sure that happens.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dirk, would you like to share some of your perspectives?
Yes, absolutely. I would fully support what Mr. Riyadh just said. It's exciting to be in a country with such ambitions like in the Vision 2030 and high goals in terms of sustainability. And it's true that renewable energy is becoming more and more competitive all the time. So it helps bring down electricity prices. It is also a driver for technical technological innovation and market innovation, but we need to be aware that environmental attributes have to be proven, have to be trusted, and that's where I think the fundamental role of our organization comes in supporting exactly the high ambitions of companies like ACWA Power to deliver the benefits of renewable energy and energy in general through transparent tracking. That's what we provide with the iTrack Foundation.
Excellent, thank you very much. And this actually connects greatly with the next question that I would like to address to Mr. Ed. What are the challenges we see from companies fully integrating renewable energy into their operations to fully decarbonize? What are the constraints, be it on the regulatory side or on the policy, and of course the intermittency of renewables as we know?
I think globally, most countries are either in a position where they have an existing renewable energy policy or a developing policy. And it's an environment that is continually changing. Now, Europe, we've had renewable energy certificates or guarantee of origin in Europe for over 20 years now. But that whole process was informed through a voluntary initiative, the REX test phase, where we had a number of organizations around Europe who worked together to develop a pilot program to demonstrate how this ecosystem could work. And that success in Europe is something that's now being translated in the US and then across the rest of the world with IREC and the support of the iTrack Foundation. The difference in how the iTrack Foundation has worked is that the focus has been on providing a framework that governments can choose to adopt, and they can go as deep into that ecosystem as they want. And that enables them to develop a whole range of policies using a common instrument as a foundation, whether that's a feed-in tariff, an auction mechanism, a compliance mechanism. All of these can be built around a common set of infrastructure that is understood by markets across over 60 countries where we now operate. And when we talk to many of the governments and those who are involved in the development of new legislation in this space and new policy, I think that the thing that we say most importantly to them is don't develop the regulations for a market until you have a market. Allow the market dynamics to establish themselves, learn from how it works in a voluntary space, and then you can regulate that and create the incentives that you want around a functioning ecosystem. If you regulate a market too soon, it's very difficult to create a market.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Fadi, would you also like to share some of your perspectives on the challenges?
Yeah, just to add to what Ed said, like building the market for those instruments is something that's very hard, right? So we went through that journey with VCM. The carbon market, at least from a carbon credit perspective, market was zero before VCM, right? So building the market and getting it to 7 million carbon credits getting sold within those 3 years is a very big challenge that we usually take. And hopefully IREX and the market will needs to go through the same way as well. Other than the policies and from governments, the fluctuation also is a very big challenge that we're facing here. And we're working with our clients, like our client base right now covers more than 60% of the corporate emissions in the kingdom. So we're working with those clients to first the knowledge that they need to understand for them to decarbonize their corporates. This starts from proper data, right? So we're building the infrastructure for our corporates here to have the data from their baselining emissions from Scope 1, Scope 2 to Scope 3 into a more understanding of what they actually need for them to go through that journey.
Great. Thank you very much. And once again, a great connection to the next set of questions, which will be focusing more around those markets, the carbon markets and the market-based instruments that are available out there and how this can support and drive decarbonization. So if I go back to Mr. Rad, how do we see the carbon markets and the exchange platforms support and incentivize corporations to invest in decarbonization projects and in decarbonization technologies?
I think you're beginning to see it already. I think it's how active it's been. You're beginning to see that the business model, the operating model, the ethos of these companies are well in line with the foundations and what they're doing. I think today's event is another reminder that we need to work together. I think what happens sometimes is we get stuck in meeting rooms, we in our meeting room and you're in your meeting rooms, and our worlds make sense to us until we meet and start a dialogue, and then we accuse each other of not understanding what's going on. And I think that's unfair to all sides. I think what we do best when it's most effective is when we sit down and discuss. You'll find that the truth sits somewhere between your view of the world and your counterpart's view of the world. And I think we've been doing that relatively well. I think today's event is also an important chapter in this, where we, I think, need to improve the communication with all sides. I think I see Minister of Energy of Saudi Arabia here today. That's also an important partner, because every aspect of this puzzle piece has to come together for this to happen. There are many, many markets globally that are attempting to do this. There's a lot of great will, a lot of energy, but for this to happen, it's going to take a lot of people sitting in a room like this one and coming up with a plan. I want to thank VCM. I want to thank your foundations as well. And I think we're well on the way. ACWA Power is a piece of that puzzle. I don't want to oversell what we do, but I think because of our presence before many countries, or in many countries, that also allows us to bring in experiences beyond our boundaries that says, this worked for us here, this did not work in different markets. I think your foundation is global, but also local. And so I think that's going to be part of the challenge. We all have to think global, but we all have to think local. Otherwise, I think we'll have great policies that don't work.
Great, thank you very much. So going back to Mr. Fati, because he's the main representative from the Carbon Exchange, the region's voluntary carbon market company, what are the signals that carbon markets send to corporations? How can they support, be it with the prices, be it with the volumes available, the liquidity in those platforms that can support companies to invest in projects that would otherwise might not be financially, let's say, viable?
Of course. So as I mentioned, since we launched the exchange back in November, you can see the big appetite of the companies here for decarbonization. We managed to sell over 3 million carbon credits just over the last 3 months, right? So the biggest signal that we're trying first to build is the infrastructure that allows us to do that. And this comes from the exchange, starting from the cash banking and cash settlements into the settlement of those carbon credits and directs and others, which we have Evident and others here in the panel can talk more about. Then when it comes to the other areas from a KYC, AML perspective, so building this infrastructure here in the kingdom allows us also to have enough data that allows those corporates and organizations to build their strategy properly based on data rather than coming into not knowing anything. So with that, the exchange supports giving a more stable prices, let's say, building a more innovative ways like futures into those products and forward contracts that allows them to build their risk management and allows them also to build their strategy for decarbonization.
Excellent. So it's really a data-driven and mimicking what has been happening, for example, in commodities is something that we can do with carbon markets and with carbon exchanges. You mentioned the future and forward curves, which I think are a really important signal to show where the markets are going. And you also mentioned the other very important market instrument, which is the renewable energy certificates. So I can start with Mr. Ed on this one. What is the role of IREX and how deeply are they integrated into supporting corporate decarbonizations?
I think it's important to recognise that renewable electricity certificates and the voluntary carbon market are are related to each other. That they are brothers working together, that we have a common objective, but there are different methods behind each. Now, that doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It means that they have different purposes, and just as an automobile, I might choose a sports car if I'm on a highway. I might choose a 4x4 if I'm going over the dunes. It's about having the right vehicle for your purpose. Underneath both, you're looking at the quality of data that is there. And there are different models about establishing that data quality and different objectives behind that. So for IREC, it's very much an ex-post instrument, and we are looking at something that has happened, and there is not a significant future market in IREX. Whereas with the carbon markets, there's a different model, and there is a larger future market involved. So they take a different place when it comes to how you might finance a project, and there's a different degree of appetite for those depending on which customer you might be talking to. And I think it's important for any organisation to recognise that having a portfolio, the ability to provide what customers want is very important, and recognising that different customers have different needs. And I think by working together and having that common understanding, making sure that we don't step on each other's toes in what we do, it's really, I think, going to be beneficial to the wider ecosystem and how we understand Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3, and recognising that you deploy the right instrument in the right environment.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Dick, would you also want to share your perspectives on the overall IREX utilization and how we see them being integrated in the decarbonization strategies?
Yes. First, let me echo what Ed just said, and that we feel that the consumer needs to have the choice. So it's we cannot. Governments cannot dictate what is the right instrument or what is the right pathway to decarbonization. There needs to be ambitious policy goals, but there needs to be markets and consumer choice. Corporates need to be able to choose their path toward decarbonization. That's a very fundamental point. Now, I have a background as an energy regulator, so I'm more comfortable with the energy attribute certificate route than with the carbon markets, but they both have their role and they complement each other. They both have their function. Now, looking at the energy attribute certificates, just such as the IREC-E, they are very versatile, and they have many different roles or different functions depending on your role in the market. They support the producers in terms of creating added value, demonstrating added value in a trustworthy way, and therefore they can be used to monitorize, or even before operational, they can be used to secure funding for new builds, new investments in renewable capacities. That's a very important function. The second function they have is, of course, when the plant is in operation and they are being issued because they reflect actual production of electricity, they can be transferred to the buyer, and the buyer can then use them to demonstrate the environmental benefits associated with the fact that the electricity procured is from renewable sources, and therefore they can be valued in different ways, for instance, by using them as a market instrument, because I'm convinced that to be competitive in the future, you will need to also be able to demonstrate that you are sustainable. So that's a very important first role. The second role is, of course, it's already been mentioned before, but it's very fundamental, demonstrating carbon emissions reductions in frameworks such as the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, SBTi, and IREC, and RE100. So energy attribute certificates are very versatile instruments. They are trustworthy instruments, and they can have various functions depending on your role in the market.
Excellent. So if I could summarize, it's actually beneficial for both ends, both the developer of the renewable power plant as an issuer and seller of those, but of course for the buyer that can then actually buy the certificates, retire them, and claim the emissions reduction. Maybe, Mr. Fad, if you want to give a regional or Saudi Arabia perspective on the IREX and how they interplay with carbon credits.
Of course. So the IREX market is evolving in the kingdom. It's still in its early stages. I would just say it's a very important tool, at least for the companies, to look at their emissions when it comes to Scope 2 currently, right? So many of our clients are looking into using IREX. It's still very early in the market. I know that ACWA Power generate a lot of IREX. They understand how much the market is and the market size. We are mainly looking into innovative ways into getting IREX to the market. So, for example, we all know back in FII, it was introduced that the compliance market is coming here within the next 2 years in the kingdom, right? So one of the key factors that we're playing here at VCM is to support that compliance market. The second part is Islamic finance. Islamic finance is a very big market here in the kingdom. We worked very hard over the last 2 years to make sure, at least right now, the carbon credits are like Sharia compliant when it comes to Islamic finance, which allows us to actually work and have it as underlying asset, right? Hopefully we'll do the same with IREX, which allows us to trade more in the kingdom here for that. And then the last market, as I mentioned, the IREX market is just getting started. We still believe that, again, the forward contracts that most of our clients looking into a more stable contract, at least here in the region, and having such tools that allows them to have a little bit away from the fluctuation of the market is a key player for them.
And I think you mentioned a key fact on the compliance market that is coming, but also the fact that the IREX market is becoming larger with companies like ACWA Power building very large-scale renewables and doing more and more every year. I want to touch on the very important aspect that was mentioned by both Mr. Dirk and Mr. Ed on the overall traceability, verification, certification of both carbon credits and IREX, because we've heard a lot in the past, and even with companies like Shell, accusations on greenwashing and how those the carbon credits that were claimed to be issuing and selling were not actually compliant to the additionality principle, so there is no additional emissions reductions by those projects. So how important is it really for both sides, for both the issuer but also the buyer of those instruments, to be able to track, to be able to ensure that the certification is there and the verification is there, and make sure that those instruments actually create decarbonization impact? If you want, Mr. Dirk, you want to start, or Mr. Ed?
I'm happy to start. I think we need to actually look at the history of how REX developed. And the initial markets were Europe and North America, and renewable energy was a replacement technology. And as renewable electricity was deployed on the grids, carbon and fossil generation was taken off the grids, because you're in an environment of relatively stable or potentially declining demand. And so there's an argument there that the impact was additional. When you look in places where there is still demand growth, or there is an increase in energy access, there a case for additionality is often very difficult to make, because the fossil generation often stays on the grid, because it's still needed for security of supply. You're in an environment where there is growing demand. So the construct of additionality, which is a very European, North American construct, doesn't really apply to much of the rest of the world, where the challenge that you're facing is not about decarbonisation, it's about limiting the growth of fossil generation. And so within IREC, we're quite explicit that we don't look at additionality as a core criteria for the issuance of a certificate, but we allow customers to have access to the information that's available and to make their own judgment as to whether a particular project falls into their definition of additionality.
Yes, and I think you mentioned earlier as well how important it is for the buyer to be able to select from a portfolio based on their needs. Mr. Dick, can you also share your thoughts on the overall traceability and for both carbon credits and IREX?
If I can pick up on that point of additionality, it's an interesting discussion. I've been having it for over 10 years, and I still see no way forward in defining additionality in a way that everybody would work with that concept. It is something that, in my opinion, is simply impossible to describe or define in a universal way applicable to all situations, as Ed just explained. So at the iTrack Foundation, we prefer to speak about having impact rather than seeking additionality. And impact can be very different. That's, again, this is an example of global thinking with local application. Impact can be very different in different circumstances, and it is up to each corporate. Impact can be different in each industry and can even be different for each corporate entity, and therefore we leave it up to them to define exactly what they consider to be impactful. But the basis is that we provide the exposed, fact-based data to be able to set up this concept of what is impactful enough for our corporate, and therefore we see that it is up to the corporate buyer or corporation to choose their way of impact, but supported by the fact-based information we provide through the energy attribute certificates.
Great. No, this is very interesting, and again goes back to what was mentioned earlier around the preference of the buyer and the type of impact essentially they want to achieve with participating and with buying such instruments. And I understand that there is a broad context of how these instruments are being traded and used, and it's almost like a global market. And I believe that having a global framework around both sustainability, decarbonization, and how these instruments are being utilized is very important. And that leads me to my next question, starting with Mr. Ibrahim. So how does the UN Global Compact and the global sustainability frameworks help companies to set, first of all, their ambitions, their targets around decarbonization and sustainability, but also the best practices across industries?
Great. Let me just start with one thing. I caught up with Mr. Rad when he was mentioning something around the position, whether to lead or to follow. So if we just go back in time, if we talk about the UN in general, we always link sustainability to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The UN SDGs, they were launched in September 2015. Vision 2030 was launched 25th of April of 2016. That means 6 months after the launch of the SDGs. And according to the Ministry of Economy and Planning in Saudi Arabia, there is about 82 to 83% of alignment between the SDGs and Vision 2030. So when it comes to sustainability in general, whatever the companies and the markets are doing in Saudi Arabia to contribute to Vision 2030, which is the ambitious national vision, it will contribute directly or indirectly to the global agenda, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Why this is important? Because now when it comes to Saudi Arabia, we always say historically that Saudi Arabia is a leading country in the GCC, in the Middle East, in the global world. But now we're also saying Saudi Arabia is a G20 country. What does that mean? G20 countries represent 65% of the population of the world, 85% of the GDP of the world. So if climate change is a challenge globally, at least 170 plus countries that are, if we look at the SDGs, 193 countries committed to the SDGs globally. So at least 170 plus will be looking at the G20 countries as the role model, the example they want to follow. And if we go back to what Mr. Rad mentioned about follow or lead, we need to be in the position to lead. And that does not mean only the government of Saudi Arabia. That means the private sector of Saudi Arabia, civil society, the global organization that work with Saudi Arabia need to understand this, that you're in a position to lead. When we started the United Nations Global Compact, and the Global Compact is all about working with the private sector to commit to 10 principles that cover 4 areas of environment, labor, human rights, and anti-corruption. Climate goes as a cross-cutting in all 4 pillars of the 10 principles of the United Nations Global Compact, but also with the SDGs. So that means we need to focus our work in decarbonization and targets with the companies of Saudi Arabia, and I'm speaking of the hat of Saudi Arabia, to be the ones that are leading the work on not just addressing the challenges of climate change, but finding solutions and innovation when it comes to this. So one of the major programs that we have, and fun fact, today is the day we're opening the application for our Climate Ambition Accelerator. The Climate Ambition Accelerator is helping companies to align their strategies with both the 1.5 Celsius target, as well as the Science-Based Target Initiative, ensuring that business transition toward the net zero is a very structured and credible way. We are also, recently we launched our Forward Faster initiative, and Forward Faster is helping companies accelerating the process toward the SDGs. As mentioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations, we have only achieved 17%, and we are 5 years ago. So that means collaboration and partnership, as colleagues also mentioned, is essential for us to accelerate the process. And this is with helping companies setting clear science-based targets and align with the global frameworks that will help them address the climate change challenges. And then also integrate climate strategies into governance and financial decision, and this is very important. If climate change and the challenges are sitting aside, but it's not integrated within the strategies and the decision or financial decision within the company, it will not go anywhere. So we need definitely to have this embedded within the strategy, but also focusing a lot on investing in innovation and solutions that will help climate change. So today, one of the initiatives that we have as the Global Compact, we have what we call the CFO Coalition. We have around 70 CFO for 70 big institutes globally coming together, investing around $500 billion on elements that will help with innovative solutions for addressing climate change. And this will, decarbonization, of course, is a major part of it, but definitely having partnerships, having leadership from companies. And I'm very happy if I see a company like ACWA Power, because we always say, like, okay, you know, countries with oil production is always the one leading on issues. That's at least what some people say. But if countries and companies from those countries are coming with solutions and innovation and investment and those challenges, I think it will showcase what we want to achieve, which is having companies and governments from the G20 countries leading this, but also leading this and followed by other countries to address all the challenges that we face globally.
Thank you very much, and I think unavoidably we have to ask Mr. Rad now on how companies like ACWA Power and that Mr. Ibrahim just mentioned can work with the UNGC and maybe be the best practice among industries, and how we think about developing the solutions that are required to fight climate change.
I'll try to answer the question in a different way, if you'll allow me. Let's say we have 100 people in this room. If you give a survey and you say, name the top 3 challenges today to make what we're discussing today take place, or to have the second annual environmental attribute a much better one, you will get 120 different answers. And that's part of the challenge. I think we need to also sit down and, for example, one of the things is ownership. Who owns the credits? I think if you ask, most people will tell you, I don't think that's an issue. Well, actually, in application, it's an issue. When you go and you try to have financial solutions and bankability, you start to see those solutions. Lenders, different folks saying this is an issue. So all I wanted to say is there's a lot more granularity that needs to take place. Today, we don't have a chance in an hour session to cover all of the things we need to talk about, but there are many, many challenges. But these challenges don't turn us off. I mean, we're here for it. We want to have these conversations. But I think if I had to do this over again, I would bring even more. I see some financial institutions here. I would actually bring them also on stage next time, because these are an important part of the discussion. Sustainability is also financial sustainability. This is going to be important. I just want to discuss a point that was raised earlier around additionality. I think it's an important conversation, and I think there's no one size fits all. I think it's okay to have different answers for different applications, but I think the world is now beginning to negotiate energy transition and energy security simultaneously. And I think we always think of them as mutually exclusive or zero-sum, and I think you're beginning to see some wisdom around how we can create sustainability by having a better dialogue between these two. And I think the underlying energy that's going to support that conversation is what we're discussing here today. So if it's any comfort to everyone here today and folks that are following us on YouTube, on our channel, that are following this live, is that we're not here saying we've hacked this, we have the answers. We're here saying there's a lot more to this that we haven't started to scratch the surface on yet. And I think this gives me comfort, because if I have to run with what we have today for the next 10 years, I think it's underwhelming. I think there's still, that's not done. But the thought that we're all invested here to start to have better solutions, I think VCM is a good story. In a few months, they've done quite a bit, but I think we need all to be equally invested that way.
Yes, so I think it goes back to the very beginning of the discussion around the learning journey that both Saudi Arabian companies like ACWA Power is going through when it comes to both the market instruments, but also the overall financing innovation for sustainable investments. Our last question for the panel before we also leave some room to the audience for Q&A. We're seeing a lot of emerging regulation and policy trends, so things like carbon border adjustments from the European Union, but also locally the mandatory climate disclosures and potentially a compliance market emerging in Saudi Arabia and in other countries in the GCC. And going back to Mr. Ibrahim, what do we see in terms of, from the policy perspective, and how does that potentially impact corporate decarbonization strategies and shifts in the company's agendas from such policy evolutions?
I think we see a lot of challenges, but with challenges come opportunities, right? So we look at different markets, such as the EU, and it's always a big topic now, especially for corporate world and the companies that work in different countries. Increased need of transparency and robust reporting. Companies, I don't think it's optional anymore in terms of reporting. So it's a mandatory, especially if you are looking to, access to sustainable finance. All the bonds and all the finance are linked to sustainability and pretty much the ESG score and what companies are doing when it comes to sustainability. So definitely enhancing the reporting mechanism, it's very essential. One of the biggest things now we also look at is the competitiveness in international trade. So this is also between different companies and different trades. This is evolving, and corporations with decarbonization strategies will be better positions in global value chains, and this is very important. We look into different markets, but again, as I mentioned before, as a G20 country, we have to look into what's happening in the EU. We have to look what's happening in the US and also elsewhere. However, each market has its own mechanism and the way of thinking. See what is relevant there and how we can adapt and work with those new regulations that are happening there. Definitely, I think this is still a lot of questions. We had a workshop with our colleagues from the Global Compact back in December, and we discussed and we brought companies from Europe that were already struggling with some of the new regulations in Europe as of now. So I think this will take its time, but definitely we're working into something that is global and can help companies across the world with different markets to do better when it comes to different frameworks.
Thank you very much. Any of the other panel members want to share some thought on the overall global policy evolution? Mr. Ed, I think, yes.
Yep. I think one of the things that we are seeing, which is potentially challenging, is that some countries, when they're putting obligations in place, are taking an extraterritorial approach and trying to impose their methodology on other countries and other regions. And in the energy sector in particular, that's quite a challenge. So if we look at, for example, the requirement that is potentially suggested that organisations have a power purchase agreement for their renewable electricity procurement. In many of the countries where we work, that's legally impossible. So we need to be results focused rather than methodology focused. As long as a methodology has transparency, credibility, and a robust environment around it, then I would argue that policy needs to focus on the outcome rather than the method.
True.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Fadi, you want to share some thoughts?
So just to iterate over what Ed said here, right? So this is something that's super important. Again, from regulations across the world, as mentioned from the beginning, it's different in different regions, right? So it works differently. So for example, power purchase agreements in general here in the kingdom are much more harder or even impossible to achieve, where something like the CBAM and others until today still requires those areas. That's almost creating, today we have more than 35 ETSs, right, around the world. Like some countries have multiple ETSs as well, right? And this complication that creates here in the region makes it much more harder for people to work, right? Just from the clients that we work on today, building their strategy becomes much more harder when they want to navigate through all those policies that comes into place. And at least here in the kingdom, we have there is a very long plan into establishing the ETS. They're working with the different corporates here in the region to set up a proper ETS for that, where it's different in different regions, but at least that can support those organizations and those companies to do the decarbonization market. And this is where, for example, maybe the panel here can tell us more about their negotiation, what are they reaching, at least with the EU, when it comes to IREX and CBAM and others.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dirk, please.
Yes, can I first make a more general question inspired by what Mr. Riyadh said just earlier? Indeed, when I speak to some people, it seems that some people are looking at energy as potentially a bad thing. I find that very strange. I think we absolutely need energy to power our societies, to power our economies, to power progress, technological process, human progress. But we need to manage our energy in a sustainable way. Absolutely, we are looking for ways to do so, and that brings me to your more concrete question. We see many policies popping up worldwide, and we even see that many of these policies, while they have good intentions and while they are looking for pathways towards sustainable energy use, many of these policies are not coherent yet. So there is a huge process to be done, learning from each other, making sure that our policies worldwide are working together, not working against each other. So that's a huge challenge that is before us, and to which such workshops as this one is very much welcome to do so. And I applaud the people who attend this workshop, because they are clearly looking for ways to work within these policies. Even if they are not perfect, we need to find ways to integrate our business practices into these policies while having discussions with policymakers to make the policies more coherent. So we have to fight on both fronts, if I can say so. We have to work to make policies better integrated on the one hand, but we also need to find ways to make sure that the current policies are working for business. And that's why, for instance, the foundation is looking into ways of getting access for companies outside of the EU getting access within the CBAM mechanism to bring their products to Europe. So this is work we've been doing with the foundation, where we will be able to show the results quite shortly. So keep an eye open on our website for that.
Excellent. Very insightful, as the whole panel discussion has been. From my side, I would like to thank all the panelists for the excellent discussion, very insightful comments. And if I could summarize in 1 minute and give 5 minutes to our audience for Q&A, starting from Saudi Arabia, we see a lot of demand with the work that RVCMC has been doing. There is, of course, a big market being created when it comes to IREX with large-scale renewables development that ACWA Power and other companies are supporting. Both carbon credits and IREX are very important, very strong market mechanisms. They come with their own specificities, and the buyers are also looking to get access to them based on their own decarbonization needs in each case. So it's not a one solution fits all. And of course, when it comes to policy, again, there is the need for coherency, especially when we have regulations and policies that are cross-border. And this is something that the policymakers with the host governments, with corporations need to work together to ensure that the coherency is there when setting up those policies. We have approximately, we're slightly over time, but we'll give 5 minutes to the audience for Q&A. Once again, many thanks for the excellent discussion to all the panel members. Thank you very much. We can open the floor to the audience for any questions. I think we have a second microphone? Do you have? Yeah.
Good morning all, and thank you so much for the discussion. I really appreciate seeing all of you here and in your respective roles, how you are building the backbone of the market, from the registry, the policy, and the supply and the infrastructure. One of the things though, which struck me is to make all of this work, we also have to get the corporates, the end users, and the demand excited. And I really liked, Mr. Brahim, what you were saying in terms of the climate accelerators. So I'd love to ask you just a deep dive again on how can we get corporates excited to be first movers into using these instruments? And happy to open the question to others as well. How do we get the end users to engage?
I mean, look, regulation is a huge part of it. That's what excites the corporate world more than anything else. But also incentivizing the corporate. I think this is very important. We see in some places where, loans and finance is given to the corporates that are doing better in terms of addressing some of the challenges. I think now the government of Saudi Arabia, and I'm very, very happy that I've been involved myself on the process of the work towards a national ESG framework that will come out sometime this year with the leadership of the Ministry of Economy and Planning, who leads the Sustainable Development Agenda in the government of Saudi Arabia. I think this framework will help companies do a lot, but definitely I think one of the biggest challenges is the level of awareness that we need to work a lot on by working on capacity building. That's what we're doing in terms of the Global Compact, but definitely sharing knowledge and experience between companies, bringing what's happening elsewhere here, what's relevant to the Saudi market and what's not. But if I want to summarize it as incentives, regulations, and capacity building, I think those are essentials for companies to do better when it comes to sustainability topics.
Thank you very much. We'll have time for 1 or 2 more questions. So I know there is high interest. Abdelmajid, do we have 10 more minutes maybe to? 5 minutes, please. So 1 to 3 questions, let's see. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Saad Al-Jamil. Thank you very much. It was a very fruitful discussion we've had from all the parties here. I have a question regarding the additionality concept. I completely understand that, maybe I should step up. I completely understand that additionality concept can be different from one region to another region. I would like to know more on how user more comfortable with taking, for example, RECs, especially in this region? Because, so I'm from SABIC, basically, so big company, big end user for renewable energy. But the thing is, moving toward RECs can be a little challenging, as we see throughout the world. I'm thinking of how would you see it in the upcoming period? How would these companies or end users be more trusting these RECs? So I would like to hear from anyone.
I think one of the key things, picking up on the issue of trust, is how RECs are created in the first place. And that's one of the areas where the ITRAC Foundation has created a model that is very much about a global standard with local implementation. And the issuing of certificates in many of the regions where we work is managed by a national authority. And that's very important for the establishment of trust in these instruments. I think it's also important to recognise that organisations that are reporting for Scope 2, then IREC is within the guidance for Scope 2 as one of the key methodologies that is accepted for the insetting approach, where rather than looking at the carbon impact of your renewable electricity purchase and then looking to procure offsets, you are directly reporting the low carbon energy at source using the REC. So that trust element is already recognised within the Scope 2 guidance, but also then distributed through the network of local partners that we work with.
If I can complement that answer from Ed, I think from a corporate viewpoint, my guidance or advice would be to be transparent about what you're doing. I think the only way you can build trust with your stakeholders is to be transparent, explaining what you do and why you do it. And if you do that, I think there are many, many good examples where even stakeholders who are very critical at the outset become involved and also engaging in a dialogue based on this transparency. This creates a framework in which trust can be built. If you're not transparent, you will always be met with skeptical stakeholders and it will never move ahead. So I think on top of what Ed has said, be transparent and explain what you do and why you do it.
Thank you. One more question. Unfortunately, we're on time. I'm not sure who was first, but thank you.
Should I take it? Sorry.
Please.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Taimur from NEOM. So my question is more around the complexity, or it'd be good to, my question is to take your view around, so if you look at green hydrogen as an example, guarantee for RED 2, RED 3 obligation, that comes with additionality, which is very different to corporate PPAs, additionality in Europe as an example. And then we look at compliance, the word compliance. As an example, EU ETS compliance is very different to compliance we were just talking about in DCC context. Then we talk about Scope 2 IREX. We look at clean energy certificates launched in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in obviously monetary markets platform we have in Saudi. So I think even if you understand the topic in detail, there is still a lot of complexity and confusion around the standardization, not just within Scope 2 IREX as an example, but just different requirements for different projects globally and locally as well. So RED 2, again, just to summarize my question, RED 2, EU ETS, 108 certificates, carbon offsets, Scope 3, Scope 1. Do you see that as a challenge, which is actually hindering progress in this space? Or not?
I think it is a challenge, and I think part of it is there's a degree of competition between all of those reporting requirements. And something that somebody said to me many years ago was, if you want to guarantee success, bet on the race, not the horse. And I think that's important for us to understand, that when it comes to addressing the impacts of climate change, it's not the first across the line that demonstrates success. It's when we bring the last across the line that gives us success. So we need to find ways to make all of these different reporting obligations work together and get these organisations talking together, because, as you say, that they are potentially creating conflicting requirements which do slow progress in many cases.
Thank you. If there's no more, I know there are many more questions, but unfortunately we're on time. I did my best to try to do proper timekeeping, but obviously with such a great discussion, it's not as easy. Once again, many thanks to the panel members. Excellent discussion, lots of insights, and lots of interest, of course, from the audience. Of course, thank you to the audience for the high energy and all the interest. We'll have to adjourn here, and thank you very much. Just take a picture.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the MOU signing ceremony between ACWA Power and the United Nations Global Compact, Saudi Arabia. This collaboration is around the establishment of an IREC market in Saudi Arabia. Please welcome the signing parties, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Hilali, Executive Director of Saudi Arabia, Chapter of the United Nations Global Compact, and Dr. Rasha Al-Rawaf, Chief Corporate Affairs of Sustainability Officer at ACWA Power. Ladies and gentlemen, next we have a presentation on what are the regulatory frameworks for environmental attributes in Saudi Arabia and how do they align with international regulations and practices. This session will be provided for valuable insights into evolving regulatories, landscapes, and its alignment with global best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Mohammed Al-Nahas from the Ministry of Energy, CDM DNA, to deliver this presentation. So please join me in welcoming him.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. As you can see, I'm not Mohammed Al-Nahas, but I will be substituting for him today. My name is Noor Al-Qaffas. I am a specialist at the CDM DNA. And I just wanted to begin this presentation by thanking ACWA Power for inviting us to this workshop. This gathering is an important opportunity for us to come together and strengthen our collective efforts in offsetting and emission management for the kingdom. I also want to extend my congratulations to ACWA Power on becoming the newest member of the DNA committee. Your expertise and commitment to sustainable energy make you a valuable addition, and we are honored and privileged to work with you for the greater good of the kingdom. As part of today's agenda, I'll provide a brief introduction of the Designated National Authority, the committee that ACWA Power has recently joined, and I will provide an update on our role in recent carbon management development. Namely, I will be covering removal and reduction measurements in both GHG and non-GHG metrics under the Greenhouse Gas Credit and Offsetting Mechanism, what we call GCOM. To begin, the Designated National Authority is a committee with over 20 national members from private, semi-government, and government entities. You can see a few examples here at the bottom of the slide. It was established by a Council of Ministers decree in 2009 to serve as the national entity for the clean development mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. Today, as we move away from the era of the Kyoto Protocol towards that of the Paris Agreement, the role of the CDM-DNA has expanded. We can summarize our role in these four pillars seen on the slide. The first is domestic measurement, reporting, and verification systems. The second is the nationally determined contribution. The third is carbon management. And lastly, we engage with regional and global stakeholders. So let's delve into each of these four pillars in more detail. The first of the primary objectives of the DNA is to design, prepare, and implement a domestic MRV system. This essentially ensures that we fulfill our obligations under the UNFCCC by accurately measuring and reporting greenhouse gas emissions. You can see here some of the examples of reports that we have published at the DNA, including the biennial update report, the national communications, and soon we will be releasing the biennial transparency report. The second objective focuses on preparing and coordinating the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. So in 2015, we released our initial NDC, which was to reduce up to 130 million tons of CO2 annually by 2030. And then we updated that in 2021 to release the first official NDC at 278 million tons, doubling the previous amount. And this year, we're expected to release the second official NDC for the kingdom. The DNA is also the regulating entity for carbon management, including overseeing issuance of credits and approvals for emission reduction and removal projects. This entails conducting research on GHG management systems, developing a system database for a GHG inventory analysis across sectors, and establishing the GHG credits and offsetting mechanism, GCOM. Finally, DNA represents Saudi alongside other entities in key climate discussions. This includes work being done on mission innovation, the Global Methane Pledge, and CTCN, but it also expands to broader negotiations under the UNFCCC and the IPCC. So homing in specifically on our role with carbon management, we would like to talk a little bit about GCOM, the GHG credit and offsetting mechanism. GCOM is the voluntary national crediting program launched by His Royal Highness the Minister of Energy and Chairman to the DNA, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, during MENA Climate Week in 2023. It enables entities to offset emissions voluntarily by purchasing credits from approved projects. This promotes market competitiveness and drives private sector participation and supports our climate ambition. The core characteristics of GCOM can be seen to the right of the slide here. The first is inclusivity, which renders GCOM open to all actors, and it renders it encompassing of both emission reduction and removal projects. Then we have additionality, that is to support emission reductions beyond business as usual. We also have environmental integrity, which ensures the highest accuracy and transparency. And finally, it is flexible and avoids locking us into any reinforcing system. These characteristics support GCOM's overall purpose, which is to achieve national emission reduction and removal targets in a cost-effective way. This is done in a way that enables economy-wide positive impact through collaboration between entities. It mobilizes finance across sectors, and it delivers wider social, environmental, and economic benefits. So GCOM delivers on these overall goals using a combination of metrics and methodologies. In terms of scope, it is open to all actors, as was stated, and by that I mean all entities, all sectors, and all subsidiaries of international companies active in the kingdom. The metrics used include both GHG units and non-GHG units. So GHG units could refer to metric tons of CO2 equivalent for carbon credits, and non-GHG metrics refer to the likes of renewable energy certificates. Methodologies are either DNA prepared and they're available on our GCOM website, or otherwise they fall under an approved list of internationally recognized methodologies, such as those of IRAC, for example. Currently, the Green Certificate Company, GCC, serves as the default issuer of IRAC in the kingdom under the iTrack Foundation. And so now we are working closely with the iTrack Foundation to become the national issuers of IRACs in the kingdom. GCOM is designed to be aligned with Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, and I would like to end the presentation with reference to that. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement was the longest negotiated article, taking 9 years of rigorous discussions, before which it was finalized last year in Azerbaijan, Baku, during COP29. Some of the DNA members here with me today played a key role in successfully closing these negotiations and even chairing them. This diagram illustrates the difference between purchasing voluntary carbon credits in the carbon market and engaging with Article 6. Carbon accounting operates on 2 levels. We have the corporate level and the country level. If a project is located in the kingdom, for example, and its credits are sold in a voluntary carbon market, a VCM, to an international buyer, then the buyer can claim the credit. However, these reductions still count towards Saudi's nationally determined contribution. For the credit to transfer from the kingdom's NDC to the purchasing country's NDC, a letter of authorization from the DNA is required, at which point it becomes an internationally transferred mitigation outcome, or what we call an ITMO. The same is true when purchasing carbon credits outside the kingdom. If a corporation in Saudi Arabia purchases voluntary carbon credits from outside the kingdom, the credits count towards the corporation's net zero efforts, but not towards the kingdom's NDC. For those credits to be counted towards our country's NDC, a formal agreement must be issued by the originating country authorizing the transfer. So ultimately, what this is trying to showcase is that it's all about carbon accounting and high integrity transparency. Since the DNA plays a key role not only in carbon management, but also in setting the NDCs, as was mentioned earlier, it is essential to refer back to the DNA in all related matters. And it's important to understand that engaging in such activities has a high impact on a country level, even if you're operating on a corporate level. And therefore, aligning with the DNA ensures a structured and a coordinated approach to meeting our NDC and our broader national ambitions. I hope at this point of this presentation there is still appetite for open discussion, so rather than continuing further, I'd like to open the floor for any questions, and the DNA team and myself are available to answer them, whether during this presentation or after. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
simplify carbon markets, which very few people do very well. And so proud to see that the DNA in Saudi Arabia is in such capable hands. You missed out Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement crafting mechanism. Is that a point of discussion at the DNA? I know it's recent.
Well, we have with us the Article 6 expert, Maria El-Jashi, if you would like to answer.
Thank you for the question. Very few people understand the difference between 6.2 and 6.4, so for the sake of simplicity, we like to clump them all into one, but actually I'm a member of the 6.4 supervisory body. I've been a member since it was established in 2022. I was chair of the SBM last year. I'm vice chair of the SBM this year for 2025. And so the work that's being done by the supervisory body under the UN is extremely important to us. We are keeping track of all of the developments that are happening and ensuring our close alignment with what's going on. If you are keeping track of it, as I'm sure you are. Most recently, actually, 2 days ago was the most recent meeting of the SBM where we approved additionality standards for the new mechanism. We're also looking at standards for baselines as well as methodologies, more broadly for emission reductions and emission removals. And so all of those developments that are occurring under the 6.4 mechanism, we are keeping a very, very close eye on, maybe too close of an eye. And we are seeing what pieces of it are fitting to our national circumstances and what is it that we can integrate, what is it that we can align with, and also what is it that we can rely on because we don't want to duplicate the work that's already being done at a very high level by the UN. And so it is very much within, let's say, the scope of the things that we're watching. And then just to add to that, we also have a member of the DNA who sits on the tab for Corsia, so we're also keeping track of all of the developments occurring there, as well as developments occurring in other forms of discussions around carbon credits or energy attribute certificates to ensure that everything that we're doing is actually aligned to the best international standard possible that suits our national circumstances and what we're trying to achieve domestically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I have a question regarding now for Saudi Arabia. We are now trying to do our first and largest project as carbon capture sequestration of 9 million tons per annum. Do we have any plan to register or to certify this amount? Do we have any regulatory here in Saudi Arabia or MENA area that could create this credit as carbon credit and register it officially in this market?
Yes, so you are able to register even CCUS related projects under GCOM voluntarily. And as was mentioned before by one of the panelists, during the FOI announcement, there's also talk of and work being done on setting up and studying the opportunity for compliance as well. So this is where the opportunity would exist.
Since we are having you as a DMA here and IELAC at the same time, is there any expected time that we will be seeing you as a designated national issuer for the IREC? Any time frame?
I can't commit to a specific time frame, but we are in a transitioning period to become the national issuer. There's typically a transition period between GCC and becoming a national issuer of a 1-year transition period as well. So very soon, inshallah. No, so all projects that would exist under GCOM or that can be accredited by GCOM need to be based in the kingdom.
Since you're excellent at this, 6.2, 6.4, and ERs don't mention in these renewable energy certificates. The ICPMI and ICVM don't. So how does the designated national authority take these energy attributes and combine them from a climate science point of view into the same portfolio? Very resulting greatly in supporting all the Middle East at 6.2, 6.4 negotiations. This is all for you.
Thank you for your question. You're testing my memory of the decisions. So in the decisions that were taken in Glasgow for 6.2 specifically, there is a definition of an ITMO, which is an internationally transferred mitigation outcome, that says that an ITMO can be quantified in a GHG metric, which is a CO2 equivalent, or a non-GHG metric. Now, under non-GHG metrics is where your energy attribute certificates would live, because anything that does contribute to emission reductions or removals that you're not exactly measuring in CO2 equivalents, but perhaps in megawatt hours, would be considered potentially an ITMO. And so that is the piece of the 6.2 guidance that we are looking at when we're looking at energy attribute certificates, because you'd need to do a conversion anyway. And for us, proceeding without necessarily doing the conversion until the very end to the sums and the totals is more credible than converting every single step of the way, because as you know, every conversion carries an element of error with it, and so to minimize the error, we do the conversion to the total amounts at the end of a year, at the end of 2 years, at the end of a specific period, rather than with every single certificate. That answers your question, doesn't it? Do you have a follow-up? It was a friendly check-in.
Thank you. Nuri, you earlier mentioned that GCOM is a voluntary scheme. Is that pathway being explored towards compliance, carbon market in Saudi Arabia?
So it was mentioned earlier by our VCMC representative that in FII it was announced that this is work underway and it is being studied. So potentially, yes.
Hi. One of your earlier slides, you displayed a few of the voluntary carbon standards as you are working with. Yes, that one, gold standard and Vera. These are exclusive arrangements, or you're willing to work with other standards? The reason I'm asking this question and looking for clarification is these standards are not recognizing currently carbon instruments for renewable power.
Mm-hmm.
Saudi Arabia is going through the largest energy transition ever, and you can generate carbon instruments under these standards for your renewable power. So it's really, I think it's only one standard today who is willing to issue carbon certificates from renewable power, and that's another one.
Thank you for that question. Excellent question. So this is not an extensive list. This is a list of companies that we're currently approving their methodologies. But we, as I stated also, we also prepare some methodologies that are available and typically tend to be tailored to our domestic circumstances. So if you go to our website, you'll see which ones we're working with. And we also welcome our committee members who are eager to propose any methodologies to come to us with their proposal, and we study their suggestions and then we welcome it as a prepared methodology by us.
Because as these standards are not recognizing additionality for renewable power at this point.
Okay. Okay, seeing. Oh.
Thank you for the excellent presentation. I have one question regarding the tracking of the retirement. And the evacuation. Are you going to be working with UNDP registries, or are you also thinking about connecting to Climate Action Data Trust for the tracking and the avoidance of double counting for the credits?
I can maybe invite some of my colleagues. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So to make sure I understand your question correctly, you're asking about the use of the UNDP registry and whether or not we're going to be utilizing that, or what's the plan to avoid double counting, right? Okay, so we have certain data requirements for housing data within the kingdom that we have to adhere to. And so we have our own domestic registry that is run by the CDM-DNA. It's currently not connected to anything. It is a registry that exists within the designated national authority to keep track of everything. And with regard to the double counting concerns, the beauty of all of the roles that the DNA plays within this, I will call it an ecosystem of environmental integrity, is that while we are responsible for market mechanisms in Saudi, we are also responsible for the NDC as well as the ETRs. So all of the transparency reports and the GHG inventories of the kingdom are prepared by the DNA. We coordinate our nationally determined contributions and track progress towards whatever NDC is in place, shall we say, for that time period. And so as we communicate with all of our stakeholders, which is currently standing at 25 entities across the kingdom, government, semi-government, and private sector, we have a view of all of the inventories that they have within each entity, as well as what carbon claims they want to make from different markets that they have, as well as what it is that they are contributing to the NDC, or potentially not contributing to the NDC because it may be exported as an ITMO. And so because we have that big picture, and our teams work very closely together within the DNA itself, we are able to ensure that there's no double counting in the system without being connected to anything external. But also the Article 6
to certify some of our carbons emissions in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. So, do we have plans? Maybe. I don't know yet. So, anything that we might be certifying or authorizing for export, or if it's being imported, it's not being authorized by us, it's being authorized by the government that is hosting the projects. And so, if, for example, you are investing in a project outside of the kingdom and you would like those credits to be imported to the kingdom for the nationally determined contributions and for the kingdom to get a claim over it, you would need to secure a letter of authorization from the government of the country where your project is located. Without that letter of authorization that specifically states they will do a corresponding adjustment for you, we cannot claim it as a Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we have no control over these commercial contracts, because the commercial contracts are between companies and it's up to the investors to decide. If you have specific questions or want further guidance, we do have a secretariat email for the DNA, and we do offer, can we say, consultation services on these things to answer questions and provide clarity on how people may interact with carbon markets and what is specifically our role and where do we come in as CDM DNA. Because if you do secure the letters of authorization, you will also be forcing us to report as a country that is purchasing those ICNOs, and so you need to make sure that we are prepared to report with whatever it is that we are signing.
Is there consideration to include other environmental attributes besides carbon credits and renewable energy, like to certify green commodities, hydrogen, steel, and synthetic fuels, etc.? I'll repeat the question. Outside the scope of what's mentioned here, like carbon credits and renewable energy certificates, is there a plan to include other types of environmental attributes, such as those certifying green commodities, like green hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen, synthetic aviation fuel, green cement, steel, etc.? So it's passing through the value chain.
So if it's any certificate that has a emission reduction associated with it, we would classify that as a non-GHG metric emission certificate. And there are plans, there are always plans, but in order for us to be able to look at the standards that are underlying those energy attribute certificates and make sure that they are aligned with our approach as a country and that they fit with the national action plans that we're trying to make before we adopt them as our own standards is very necessary and crucial. And so, to my understanding, I'm sure my ITRAC colleagues may correct me, there are a few that are still in the works, and so we're waiting for those to reach a level of maturity so that we can do an assessment and see whether or not we can then include them in future plans. But we're starting with the renewable energy certificates because it's at a level of maturity that allows us to integrate it into our system. But we are looking at all of the other offerings and not just the ones coordinated by ANTRAC, but others in the market who are trying to do the same and develop some standards.
If there are no further questions, thank you all for your time and for your eager participation.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short coffee break. So please feel free to mingle and to have refreshments. We will get back here at around 12 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just a small change. We will be back at 12:15 after the prayer time. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
This this this
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we are going to start our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our next session. Thank you. Starting now, please be seated. At first, I would like to welcome you all back. Our next session is a fireside chat titled The Environmental Attributes Market in Saudi Arabia, Current Status and Future Outlook. This session will explore the role of environmental attributes in driving corporate sustainability and meeting national climate goals. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Maria Al-Jaishi, Assistant of the Secretary General for the Technical Affairs, CDM, Designated National Authority, and Mr. Oleg Dobrovolsky, Middle East and North Africa Regional Director of the iTrack Foundation. So please welcome them. Also, please welcome for this session who will be the moderator, Mr. Ahmed Al-Saydalani, Chief Executive Officer of Net Zero Company for Information Technology. Please join us all in welcoming them again. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Good afternoon and thank you all for joining us for this session to discuss the role of environmental attribute in supporting the achievement of the national target in Saudi Arabia and the trends of the Saudi markets. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Maria and Mr. Oleg, who will be joining us today, inshallah, to discuss this exciting topic, specifically about the role of carbon credits and IREX and other environmental attribute in supporting achieving the national targets, the ambitious national targets that we have in Saudi Arabia, which mainly to achieve net zero by 2060, hopefully as under Vision 2030 and the Saudi Sustainable Green Sustainable Initiative. Please join me in welcoming Maria and Oleg with a round of applause before we start. I would like to start this session first of all by framing our discussion basically about the essential role that environmental attribute will play in supporting the targets in Saudi Arabia. Please, Maria, I would appreciate if you can start answering this question.
Thank you very much. I think part of the discussions earlier this morning were all about energy attribute certificates and how they would play a role. From my perspective, I think that more and more companies and entities within the kingdom are demanding to know where their energy comes from and what attributes are associated with the energy that they use. And within the country, with a grid that's interconnected as much as our grid is, it's very important to have things like the energy attribute certificates in order to be clear on where the energy is coming from and who has the claim on the different certificates and the different sources of energy. And so I think they have a vital role to play for our way forward.
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much, specifically with the ambitious targets that we have in Saudi Arabia. Oleg, can you please shed some lights on this and the role of environmental attribute that can play in achieving our targets?
Thank you very much. Speaking from the perspective of an environmental attribute, I like to make things way more practical. Environmental attributes, environmental markets, these are sometimes complex concepts. But if we look at the center of the point of what is an IREC, for example, an IREC is a tool. An IREC is a tool for a specific purpose to verifiably track and determine the ownership of the attribute. Now, if you think about the ownership of the attribute, what does it mean? Well, it actually means that the organizations within the kingdom are gaining ownership over the process of the country achieving the 2030 and 2060 targets. So what is happening by the introduction of these mechanisms is that the organizations within the kingdom are participating within the markets with the end goal to achieve those vital targets. So in a way, you could see that these are indispensable instruments that are actually empowering Saudi organizations to participate in the grand vision of 2030 and 2060, and that's why they are really important in this process.
Thank you, Oleg. The kingdom is actually positioned as to lead this market, as we believe, specifically as an emerging market, in order to achieve the targets, as we said. Maria, from your regulatory authority applying the clean development mechanism in Saudi Arabia, how do you see the role of regulations and mechanism in shaping the environmental attribute market in the kingdom?
I think regulations are very important in any market because it allows the players in the market to understand the rules of the game. And when you are talking about something that is as important as environmental attributes or contributions towards emission reduction, the game becomes even more important. And so understanding the process, understanding what is yours and what is not, and how you can claim something and what that claim means, and the very specific claim that you can make with very specific certificates that you have is very important, so that we are not dealing with empty PR, green claims that are not firmly based on reality, that are not firmly based on things that can be verified, things that are credible, and that lend integrity to the entities within the Saudi market to be able to operate in a way that is the highest transparency possible, at the highest level of integrity possible. And so for us as regulator, it's extremely important to make sure that the rules are clear as soon as possible, but also to make sure that the players within our market and the entities that are contributing understand how to engage with those rules in a manner that safeguards their ability to make high-level integrity decisions.
It's amazing. And from your point of view, do you see any regulatory advancements coming in the near future in Saudi market?
Yes.
Can you share some insights of this?
Not at this time, but I would say sooner than expected.
Thank you, Maria. Oleg, back to you. From a global perspective, how do you see the Saudi market being shaped at this stage? And what lessons learned that you think we should consider at this stage?
So let's first look at the global picture. And our exposure to the global picture is coming from 50 countries, more than 50 countries at this point, where the IREC is implemented currently on different levels. And if you look at the markets globally and you can compare the public statistics, for example, that we publish for registrations and issuance and redemptions of certificates, you would of course conclude that the market in the Saudi, while still being in the early stages, is already showing signs that it has the potential with the implemented regulations to accelerate really rapidly. So what we've seen in the years between 23 and 24, the issuance of IRECs in the kingdom has doubled. The current registered capacity of devices in the kingdom registered for IREC issuance right now is somewhere around 3,000 megawatt already, which, if I might say, is a considerable portion of the renewables in the kingdom. I think the kingdom is very well positioned to use the value of the vision that is continuously adding through companies like ACWA Power new capacity into the grid and participating in the future market, which I believe can accelerate really rapidly. In the regional discussion, we see that within the neighboring countries, there is increasing interest in IRECs in general, and that the implementation always follows, at least in the GCC region, of course, first the vision of the regulator to set up the right framework for the market, and that then helps have the market participants in this market also have the security and the awareness that the market long-term is going to be stable. So to round it up, I'd say that the market in the kingdom is still in the early stages, but the dynamics of growth that we see already happening in the kingdom and that we envision that would happen is, to be honest, quite unique. There's not a lot of markets globally that have similar dynamics with the REC markets at the moment. So I'd say I'm quite positive.
The following question is directed to both of you, as we aim to understand the main challenges that we face and that will allow us to scale up the environmental attribute market in Saudi Arabia. I would like to start with you, Maria, if possible.
Can you repeat the question?
What are the key challenges that we are facing or environmental attribute market is facing in terms of scaling?
Well, I think one of the key challenges that is being faced by the environmental attribute market is that currently, and this is quite transparent, there are no regulations in place. And so the first challenge that we need to overcome is to have clarity on the regulation. And this is a role that we take very seriously. But then beyond that, there's also a challenge of uncertainty and maybe not uncertainty, but a lack of clarity on the demand that is available currently in the market. And so we need more information. And with that, I would say the biggest challenge that we face, not just for the energy attribute market, but more generally in anything that's related to the environment, is the availability of data. We are a country that is advancing quickly, but we are still a developing country with limited capacities. And so building up the capacities of the entities in Saudi Arabia to understand the market and be able to engage with it and be able to provide the data necessary to inform the market generally and add some certainty in the market is something that we are working on, but it's something that's going to take time. And so this is one of the main challenges, is the availability of data related to the environment.
Thank you, Maria. Oleg, can you add something on the key challenges that we are facing in scaling the market?
From my perspective, from where I sit, one of the biggest challenges has already been solved through the engagement and the leadership of the DNA, which is the prerequisite for everything else. The remaining challenges, as Maria rightly pointed out, is the clarity on the demand side. And when I say clarity on the demand side, what I essentially mean is the lack of information, but also the lack of awareness among the corporate actors, first and foremost. And that is why this event and hopefully future events that are going to come to Saudi, and for example, the engagements of organizations like the UN Global Compact are essential to inform the organizations in the Saudi about the principles of these mechanisms, about the workings of these mechanisms, and more importantly, about the benefits of utilizing these mechanisms for the organizations within the kingdom. So that is the major front. Probably the smaller issues, but still remaining issues, which are very common in any market in the early stage, is of course the way the market itself is structured. So I believe there is also, of course, now conversations being had in the kingdom about the way the market is going to be organized, and this is very important long term to figure out for the market to function. And for liquidity at the market to be there. And finally, of course, there is the matter of price discovery, which we don't often necessarily even comment on as the ITRAC Foundation, but that is just the reality that in any market in early stages for IREX, the transparency of price is also something that is affecting the current demand and the future demand. So as there is more transparency on the pricing, I think there's going to be also way more engagement. So these are the challenges which I think are still there. I think they're going to be solved. None of these challenges are crucial. It's just going to take a little time and a little effort, but also our engagement here in the kingdom to solve those.
And looking at the future, Oleg, what would be the best practices that we can bring from international market to Saudi Arabia in order to overcome these challenges and build more efficient market?
I'd say two things, not to go on a long tirade. It's essentially the right framework, which gives confidence, so the regulatory part, but also the space for the market participants to engage in the market, to engage in trades, to also allow, for example, for market participants to do their part, such as the owners of IREC, the sellers of IREC, to do their part in educating the end users and engaging end users. So the stability coming from the regulatory side and the space for the market to trade, I think these are two major things that we see on other markets that we witness globally that really affect it the most.
Maria, how do you see the regulatory role or the government role when it comes to incentivizing the market players and participants and strengthening the market in Saudi?
I think one of our roles mainly is to be as neutral as possible. And so there's a limit to how much we can incentivize the players to come into the market and engage with it. There has to be a willingness. And I think the workshop that we're sitting in today shows that there is a willingness to engage. And you have people in the room who are project developers as well as potentially off-takers of renewable energy certificates, as well as several people from the regulation side. And so I think continuing engagements like this, which is a commendable initiative that was taken by ACWA Power, and continuing to have these conversations as the market evolves is the role that we can take to make sure that we're as transparent as possible as the regulator about what's happening, what's coming, what's not coming, how the market could potentially engage with the regulations that are either implemented or being developed. And beyond that, it's really up to the market to react.
And you have mentioned that one of the key challenges that we have in the Saudi market is related to data availability. Coming from the climate tech domain and technology development space, I would like to ask, how do you see the role of digitization and digital platforms enabling the market and enhancing its transparency and efficiency?
Ooh, you're not hitting me with easy questions. I think digitization has a role to play. Most recently, we find that there are satellites being used to monitor emissions in specific regions, and that's wonderful. But then you have a level of granularity that I think we have not reached as a country in many sectors. We are still diversifying our economy. We're still trying to develop in the most sustainable way possible. We have a Vision 2030, and we have a lot of emerging markets and emerging sectors and emerging challenges and efforts across all. And so whilst we're trying to do all of this, but in a way that is best suited for the environment, we find that many are extremely responsible in the way that they are approaching it. But also we lack the capacity to quantify the emission reductions from the efforts that are being done. And so there's a lot of projects and initiatives that are achieving quite a bit in terms of emission reductions, and they are contributing a lot for the environment, but we're not able to quantify it or measure it because there's a lack of capacity in that aspect. And so it's happening, but we still need to build up through time the ability to make sure that we're able to measure what it is exactly that's happening. And it's a race for the highest integrity, I would say.
Thank you, Maria. Oleg, can you also tell us about the role of technology that applies in shaping the international markets?
Sure. One thing is, of course, data availability. That's something that we face, in many markets on different levels. Our position as iTrack is somewhat of an easier position due to a very basic principle that we hold on to, which is fact-based, ex-post issuance of attributes. So the attribute, the IREC, can only be issued only if there is proof of the megawatt hour being produced, injected into the grid. What we see as an emerging frontier in terms of technology is how the technology is facilitating the trade. So if you look at the space of platforms that are providing the price transparency and facilitate the trade, that is something that is definitely a growing trend within all EAC markets, environmental attribute certificate markets. And there are specific technologies that are being used there as tools, such as blockchain, such as other specific things that apply to the trade. And that is how we see it playing the biggest role right now, so making trade itself more efficient. And again, going back to digitalization and data availability, that is something that, maybe someone who is more interested in the topic could also speak with Evident representatives who are here with us as well. On a daily basis, Evident as an international registry is facing hundreds of kinds of data that is being fed into the system in order to provide the proof for the attribute issuance. So all of these things are being handled at the back in order to provide the security and the transparency that there is that comes with the standard.
If there was, this following questions are addressed to both of you. If there was one major development that will boost the market in Saudi Arabia in the near future, what would it be? And Maria, if you can answer this question.
I can think of many things as major developments that could boost the market in Saudi Arabia. I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but the first thing that comes to mind that could boost the market is having clarity on the regulations. So clear regulations being available to the market to be able to look at and understand would immediately alleviate many things that are occurring. But another, if I may give you a little more than what you asked for, I think understanding the difference between the voluntary aspect of the market and the potential compliance aspect of the market is also heavily impacts the way that the market works, especially with energy attribute certificates and the role that they play.
Thank you, Maria. Oleg?
Let me, so we've already spoken about the capacity building and in general the awareness of the organizations within the kingdom, but let me play a little bit of Maria's point on the voluntary versus compliance part. One of the things that we've seen in some of the rec markets globally is that the approach of different stages. For example, if you have now a mechanism to certify the each megawatt of renewables being produced within the market, each megawatt of renewables being produced into the grid, what is your next step? Well, one might argue that the next could be quantifying the whole mix and certifying the whole mix in order to provide what we call full disclosure, which means the full transparency of the mix that is being consumed by the organization within the market. What does that do? Well, that brings even more awareness and that brings even more urgency to the organizational action to do more as a unit within that economy to achieve more in terms of sustainable development. So maybe this is a little bit cheeky, and I don't want to step on Maria's toes, but that's an idea, and I think that's something that could definitely be considered.
Thank you, Oleg. Today, many of the attendees today are from different entities looking to understand the market. For both of you, what advice would you give to these entities to allow them to leverage the environmental attribute market in Saudi? Either as buyers or as provider or suppliers of credits or IREX.
I'm going to be a little bit cheeky back. And just to build on Oleg's most recent answer, I think when we're looking at the environmental attribute certificates and the claims that entities and companies are trying to make, usually the conversation, at least the ones that I engage in, are around demand for renewable energy coming from solar panels or wind and such. And I would say I would highly encourage an expansion of scope and imagination, because there is a limit to how much renewable energy you can introduce into a grid with current technologies that we have, but we still know that the grid needs to be decarbonized, and that could happen in other ways through investment in other projects that would help decarbonize the other elements of the grid that would allow you to have an attribute claim that is of equal reduction, shall we say, but that is different from a renewable energy generated megawatt hour, perhaps a megawatt hour that is generated from natural gas with a carbon capture element associated with it. And so I would say expand your scope beyond and look at the options that are available to you beyond just the regular or the familiar, because in order for us as not just as Saudi Arabia a country, but as a global collective to be able to achieve the goals that we've set out for ourselves and the ambitions that we have put in place in terms of protecting our environment, there needs to be a certain level of imagination and whimsy. And I think that's difficult to say when you're looking at shareholders and bottom lines, but it's also extremely necessary. Every innovative solution exists because someone had an idea or a thought and was told perhaps that their thoughts were impossible. I don't think this is impossible. I think this is firmly rooted in reality. It just requires a stretch beyond our comfort zones, and I would say stretch beyond your comfort zone.
Thank you, Maria, for sharing.
Completely agree. This is, well, that exact example of a vision is the reason why I feel like we are blessed to have the support of the DNA in the Saudi because it completely aligns with our organizational vision as well. The idea of tracking expands beyond just the renewables, right? And what we see ourselves is in a role of helping the enablement of this tracking on the scale of the imagination that is required for the local market. So completely agreeing with that. As to the advice from your question, I think that would be to all the organizations here, all the organizations that are not in the room today, right? They're all in different now stages in their, what they like to say in Europe, sustainability journey. I find it a little bit corny, sustainability journey. It's not about it, well, maybe it's about the journey, but it's where you are right now with your knowledge, right? What do you know? Who are your stakeholders as an organization? Who is important to you? What do they value? I'd, for example, encourage investors in the kingdom to extend extra support to organizations who consider more effective action on the sustainability goals. So as an organization, build up your capacity, build up your knowledge. If you don't know something, these are the events, these are the types of events that are here for us to speak. And as Maria mentioned before, their door is opened for a consultation, our door is open for a consultation. Any of the market participants' doors, I'm more than sure. Abdul Majid, who is our gracious host today, is treasury of knowledge on REX. So engage with the market, ask questions, build up your capacity, see what is relevant, and then start on your steps, start doing things, and maybe you won't cover your 100% consumption of electricity with renewable energy tomorrow, but 50% today is better than nothing. So build gradually and do things. That's my advice.
Thank you very much all again, Maria. And this actually brings us to the Q&A session. I would like to give some time to the attendees to ask any question to our panelists, if you do have.
Thank you both so much for sharing your outlooks on the IREC market. And I have a question that goes to both of you, both from the international perspective and also what is needed here in the KSA in terms of how you see the role for a centralized marketplace in the IREC space. Do you believe this market will primarily go ahead with OTC transactions? Or do you believe there's a role and importance for a centralized marketplace such as the DCM, where I'm from, to step in?
I can go ahead. I can go ahead very easily because that is also part of responsibility that is not ours. That's why I can easily answer your question. As an ITREC Foundation, we do not necessarily engage with the way that the market is structured on the national level. This is often the prerogative of the regulators. What I would say, since you've asked for an international perspective, right, there are a variety of mechanisms globally that I think already the organizations in the kingdom are learning from. So if you look in different parts of the world, if you look at auctions, if you look at allocations, if you look at different kinds of marketplaces enabling the trade, these are all solutions that are already working out there from which you can deduct some sort of what is reasonable for the kingdom, right? So sitting here right now, It's really hard to say what would be the best fit, especially considering the early stages of the market, the supply demand. It's really hard to say. I think that maybe DNA already has something in mind, but I'm not sure they're willing to share it. So.
Thank you. I think the willingness is always there, but we have a full transparency motto in the DNA, and maybe it's too much. You've seen it in my previous answers. I'm putting pressure on the DNA for the regulations, so I don't think we can get any more transparent than this. But in terms of whether or not a centralized or a less centralized market works for Saudi, I think this is something that is currently under study, and we're looking at different ways to operationalize the renewable energy certificate market in Saudi potentially, and how that would interact with the goals and the purposes of the renewable energy certificates, as well as clarity on the demand and what is being demanded and why it is being demanded, and that helps in gaining perspective on what would work best for our stakeholders. Like my teammate Noor mentioned in her presentation earlier today, the DNA is a standalone entity that operates with a committee overseeing the work, and the committee is comprised of more than 20 members, ACWA Power being our most recent addition to the membership of the committee. And so all of our committee members are consulted and asked for feedback on all of the deliverables that we work on as DNA, and I say deliverables just for the sake of simplicity, and it helps inform really what is it that we're doing that is suitable for the Saudi market and suitable for the stakeholders of the market across government, semi-government, and private sector. And I will be a little cheeky and say my prediction is it's going to be a combination of things rather than just one thing that would work best. But it's still, we'll see, is I think the answer.
One more question. Can we take? All the time's up. Thank you. One more question. You have a question. Okay. Abdul Majid, يعني.
Just to clarify, thank you for your introduction and your participation. I think it was very interesting. We're today in a position where the CNDA is the entity behind the implementation of the GCOM, but also the entity that is in the way of becoming the GCC, or direct issuer for the kingdom. I'd like to raise a point regarding the duality of the two attributes, if I can say it, where we've seen some of the mechanisms prefer or recommend exclusivity to one mechanism or the other. Being that you will be wearing both hats, how do you see the future of this in the kingdom? Is the duality something that will be possible or not? How do you see it moving forward? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think from my personal perspective on this, it's one hat, because being the national issuer for renewable energy certificate projects that are happening in the kingdom, regardless of whether or not the DNA ends up being the national issuer, whoever would be the national issuer would be required to disclose all of the information to DNA anyway. And so DNA being the national issuer is I think the most logical thing to do so that you don't have a duality of reporting. But it's just one hat, because at the end of the day, the project developers are the decision makers in terms of whether they want a carbon credit associated with their project or a renewable energy certificate. And they can choose where to go. It's just that if they choose to have renewable energy certificates, the DNA would be the national issuer in the same manner that they are going to the international default issuer at this point in time in Saudi. And so there is, I think, in my vision at least, there's no duality of roles, but would be very interested to see your perspective on the duality and maybe engage on a conversation.
Just to clarify, what I meant duality is the ability to
during the same reporting period, I believe, or monitoring period.
Sorry, say that again.
So I believe, يعني, and Abdul can correct me if I'm wrong, his question basically is, can we co-issue IREX and credits during the same monitoring period? Of course, not the same, not for the same generation or emission reduction, but during the same monitoring period.
My question would be, why would you want to do that? Do you have demand for both for the exact same monitoring period?
That would be the driver, most probably. Yeah.
Most probably. And so I would challenge that actually to say, make sure that the demand is there for both in the same monitoring period and that you're not overcomplicating not just your work, but our work for a specific purpose and not, and if that's what the market demands, I'm sure we'll able to find a way to accommodate it. But at this point in time, at the DNA, for the sake of simplicity, we don't do that because it makes it very hard to keep track of, within the same monitoring period, what is an IREC and what is not. But if it's what the market demands, then we are happy to engage in a conversation and look at ways to potentially accommodate it. But then I would maybe transfer the question to Oleg. I will call you our partner in this, because I think with the IREC evident code, there are certain regulations that we follow, and I'm not sure that would be possible under the code that it currently exists.
I think that would depend on evidence. Maybe evidence can comment, but that is possible from the IREC side of things. So looking into some historical examples, engaging with the voluntary carbon markets, such questions might have been relevant for markets like Turkey, for example. However, it's all about the data, and it's all about the clarity of the data and being able to confirm this. Now, I have full trust in DNA ability to enable this if needed, but then again, us ourselves are also rather an enabler and making this possible if needed.
Thank you, Arbana. Yeah.
If needed being the key word. So please don't ask us to do it unless you're sure that you need it, because it's a lot of work.
Thank you, Maria and Oleg, for your time and for participating in this panel. And thank you, ACWA Power, for inviting us to be part of this amazing event. I don't think we have more time for any additional question. So please join me in thanking our panelists for their participation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our dear guests, our next session is a presentation on how do we ensure the quality and integrity of the acquired environmental attributes. Please join me in welcoming Mr. George Goodman, Senior Innovation Manager at B0 Carbon. So please welcome him.
Thank you. I'd first like to reiterate what a lot of our panelists have said today and express my gratitude for being here in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is looking to be, and seeing the discussions that are happening here, one of the hubs for carbon credits that are emerging in the world alongside Singapore, Japan, and London. I'd also like to thank ACWA for the invite to speak here and be amongst the speakers that have kind of really shed light on the industry, how it's developing, and helped shape discussions. I do only have 30 minutes, and so I'm going to try and keep this relatively high level and brief, but also hopefully evoke some conversations and leave time for a Q&A at the end. I've got a couple slides to run through, but at the end, hopefully there's time where we can have a Q&A. So, digging into it, I understand that this workshop is about both carbon credits and RECs, but I will be focusing specifically on carbon credits. Just want to check how I can change slide. Yeah. So I'll be focusing specifically on carbon credits and doing a bit of a 101 on what carbon credits are and how they differ from renewable energy certificates. So the definition of a carbon credit is a tradable instrument that represents the removal or reduction of 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalents, and that's achieved through an accredited methodology. Different from a renewable energy certificate is that we have 3 core parameters, and so it doesn't focus specifically on the unit of generation of electricity, but the avoided emissions. And so there are 3 core pillars that we look at when we're assessing these. Additionality, and the question there is, did the intervention that we're looking at require carbon finance to occur? Carbon accounting, and the question there is the intervention's climate impact appropriately quantified? And finally, permanence. Is the intervention's climate impact lasting, and is it going to last through a committed period of time? One discussion that has been had on several of the panels and questions asked specifically look at additionality. And so something that I believe Dirk mentioned was how we can think about additionality in a way that kind of is productive for the industry. And the way that B0 has evolved is to think about additionality as a likelihood rather than a binary. It's not, yes, it's additional, no, it's not additional. It's that what is the likelihood that this activity is additionality, and that can go from 0, no likelihood, all the way through to 1, very high likelihood. The traditional understanding of carbon credits is that a ton equals a ton, and you can use that for your offsetting. But as we've developed, we've evolved in that thinking to understand that it's not necessarily that all tons are equal, and actually every single ton has a likelihood of delivering its claimed benefit. And that's a function of the 3 parameters here. So the likelihood that a carbon credit delivers on its ton is a combination of the risks that face its additionality, carbon accounting, and permanence. So I guess the question then evolves to, well, what does this look like? As a ratings agency, what B0 do is they combine the risks associated with every given credit and put that into a headline letter rating that's publicly available for everybody to access. We use an 8-point scale that goes from AAA, which is our highest likelihood of delivery, to D, our lowest likelihood of delivery. For every project, there are some associated risks, and that's something key to pick out. We have one rate of our close to 500 ratings of carbon credits to date. We have potentially one AAA rating. All the others have some associated risk with some associated parameters. Within every sector, there's a distribution of risk. And so we don't take methodology stances, we look into the individual aspects of every single project. And so if I can pick out 2 case studies before digging into energy projects, I would suggest avoided deforestation projects and cook stove projects. What typically drives these projects are, when we observe them, we find that activities are occurring, and those activities are typically reliant on carbon finance. The risks that these projects primarily face is relation to their carbon accounting. The idea that these projects are potentially overestimating their carbon impact and overselling the number of credits that relate to that. And so what we've seen is the market go through a bit of a correction cycle with these projects. Newer methodologies have been developed that are more conservative, meaning that projects today issue half as many credits as projects did a year ago. And this is through, for avoided deforestation, VM48, and through cook stove projects through the new clear methodology that's coming through at the moment. When we look into energy projects, and this is something that other panelists have had questions on, the risk doesn't necessarily relate to their carbon accounting, but it actually relates to their additionality. And that's because additionality is something that is very difficult to prove and very difficult for energy projects to demonstrate. But that is not to say that these projects do not have additionality. Additionality in energy projects can exist, and hopefully what I'll run through here is when we're looking at the integrity of energy projects and their additionality, the factors that we look at and how additionality can be demonstrated. So as a recap, carbon credit is a function of three factors: additionality, carbon accounting, and permanence. And for energy projects, the primary risk driver that we find is additionality. So what do we look at when we're thinking about the additionality of renewable energy projects? Well, for us, the first factor to consider is the financial viability of these projects. Carbon credits are supposed to be used to support activities that are otherwise not financially viable. And so to demonstrate this, projects typically use an investment analysis and show that their activities, the internal rate of return of their activities, are below a typical investment benchmark. This is something that we similarly like to look at, but we like to also inform it through other means. And so one thing that we look at for every project is assuming that we have a grid emission factor, a tariff for electricity, a currency conversion. We can model how carbon changes the investment picture of these energy projects. And so what we consider as a high likelihood of delivering additionality is a project where carbon can clearly be seen to make a material impact in these projects' investment decisions. What does this mean? Well, let's think about a project, say, anywhere in the world, where it's selling electricity for $30 per ton, $30 per megawatt hour, and the grid has an emission intensity of 1 for simplicity's sake. Imagine that carbon credits were being sold for $50. Maybe not the world we live in now, but a potential future world. That is a massive incentive to undertake these projects, where typically that incentive didn't previously exist. The place that we currently find ourselves in is an area where the market has underpriced carbon credits generally. And so projects are struggling to demonstrate additionality because the market has priced credits very low. If we can somehow increase the prices, then maybe there's energy projects in the future that can really demonstrate very strong additionality. In addition to a project's fundamental finances, we also like to consider the market structure that allows these projects to run, and that's generally driven by their tariff for electricity. And so we think it's important to consider how a project is conceived and how a project's finances are actually run. So if we consider one example in the world of a project receiving a feed-in tariff for electricity, and that's determined by a national government. When we look at projects that have high additionality, or a high likelihood of additionality, these would be projects where the general understanding of the market that exists is that feed-in tariff is underpriced to allow these projects to come to fruition. And so an example or a case study that I might point towards is the wind industry in Taiwan, where the government priced the tariff for wind power projects relatively low, and that didn't increase investment in the country. Another example would be where we look at projects that are conceived through auction processes, or their tariffs are. Now, the consideration of additionality here is quite tricky, but what we look to is these auctions which are generally have a low subscription rate, and so say the government wants to deploy 500 megawatts of power. Additionality looks strong where there's not many people who want to undertake that activity. It looks even stronger if it's less than that. Going further, there are still projects which can get a tariff for electricity, but it can be still underpriced to allow that project to be viable. And so what you see in markets such as the Indian wind industry kind of post-2017, you have projects that receive a tariff for electricity, and yet a lot of them pull out before deploying the technology because it's not financially attractive. The final consideration here would be projects that trade electricity through a conventional market. And so, potentially solar power in Chile. The uncertainties that can come with that can actually make a project uninvestable, and where maybe there's a role for carbon credits, so long as the other factors that we're considering are quite strong. These components that I previously talked about relate to financial additionality, but additionality can also be considered through other lenses. And so the second part is about activity additionality, and we look at common practice here. What we're trying to understand is is this investment atypical? Does it go against the trend that we're seeing in the industry more generally? And so what we can often look at is, well, what is the technology specifically? What's its penetration rate at the project start? But we also need to consider how that trend is likely to emerge. And so we want to consider key government involvement, such as policy, regulations, introduction of new tariffs, that might make the investment more typical. An example here would be maybe a hydropower project in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there is a high penetration of the technology, but public investments really aren't occurring at the rate that they need to. And that's where we consider, is this investment atypical? And we might find that to support our assessment. The final consideration we might make is this investment happening? And we might conclude that it is already happening, but how are carbon market instruments being used by other projects that are occurring? And so what we want to do is understand if other projects in the market are accessing carbon finance. If they're not accessing carbon finance, do we believe that this project could still occur without that access? If it faces unique barriers, such as it's located in an area with poor resources, for example, then that might be a positive attribute we consider. Again, we can look at hydropower projects in Uganda, where maybe half of these new installations occurred through the use of carbon markets, but the other half occurred without them. Why was that? Well, the Ugandan government offered a refit mechanism that gave these projects a slight uplift. And so that's, again, a mechanism that we find that supports these projects' additionality. That's not to say that additionality is guaranteed, and in fact, it's quite hard to demonstrate for energy projects, and that's driven market consensus around Gold Standard and Vera and their approaches that have been made. But it's not to say that there's no role for additionality in energy projects. Energy is the largest contributor to global emissions, and decarbonising it is a long way off. By 2030, we need to triple our renewable capacity, and so there are certainly additional projects that exist within that portfolio. I understand that additionality is where the risk primarily comes from for these renewable energy projects, but the carbon accounting of these projects are also quite important, and we can't ignore that. Generally, we find that renewable energy projects perform well in this regard relative to other sectors. And that's because the calculation of emission reductions are not necessarily easy, but they're more transparent. And so an emission reduction for these projects is typically the electricity that they generate, which has been verified and approved, like we look at in the RECs market, multiplied by an emission factor of the electricity's grid. That's where we find risk to come in. You can't often trace the sources where one renewable energy project has resulted in downturn of another fossil fuel project, or you can't see where one energy project has resulted in the cancellation of other fossil fuel infrastructure. And so you require a set of assumptions that allow you to assume this. And this introduces risk as we see it. Integrity to us looks like basing your modeling on conservative grid assumptions. And so what I've got here is a chart of a solar project in India. On the y-axis, we've got the grid's emission factor, and along the x, we've got how the grid has trended according the time of length of crediting. The blue line is the project's modeling, the orange is government modeling, and the grey is modeling by the technical working group for international financial institutes run by the UNFCCC. So what we find here is that the project's modelling is not too far out when we consider what the government considers the grid, but there is still some risk, and that's because the UNFCCC's modelling makes some more conservative assumptions regarding how baseload power is affected by intermittent renewables. And so to us, whilst this is where a project performs well, there is still some area of risk in relation to these. In other projects, and even in renewable energy projects, there can still be emissions attributed to these. And so one factor that projects very rarely consider is the emissions that they have associated with the infrastructure that they use. Now, typically this is low, and so it's not a primary cause of risk for us, but it can be when you look at hydropower infrastructure. And so what I've got here is a quite complicated model on how the construction of a hydropower reservoir actually releases methane depending on its size. And so on the y-axis, I've got the project's emissions, and along the x, I've got the project's power density, or 1 over the project's power density, which basically expresses how much reservoir area was used to produce the amount of electricity that they have. What we see is that for projects that don't produce much renewable electricity, but have flooded wide areas of land, you flooded quite a lot of biomass that then degrades into methane. Methane has a high global warming potential, and so what you find with these type of projects is that they can actually release emissions over their life that are notable relative to their emission reductions. And so in this case, we find that there was a notable risk to the project's carbon accounting because the safeguards that they applied didn't fully capture this risk. Now, permanence is where renewable energy projects perform really well. The associated risk of impermanence is negligible. That is not an associated risk with this asset class. Too often do we leave this part out when we discuss the benefits and cons of avoidance credits and removal credits. Avoidance credits like this or landfill gas projects have the benefit that there isn't a risk to permanence. But for completeness sake, I will discuss what B0 looks at when they're assessing the permanence of these credits. What we've got here is a avoided deforestation project in Brazil and how we've observed forest loss due to fire throughout 2024. So what we've got is a slider that shows it at the end of the year, and what's currently there is the start of the year. Contained in white is the project area. I hope this works. It does. What you can see are these pockets of smoke, as well as degraded area that goes from green back to brown. Within the project area in this year, we found that the project itself lost 12,000 hectares of forest area due to fire. And this is why it's a primary consideration when you're evaluating the quality of these credits, is to consider the risk that the carbon that you're saving will still be reversed within a short period of time. But we don't just look at what we observe, we also try and consider what this looks like in relation to historically what we see, what we observe now, and what we expect in the future. And so although this project did lose a significant proportion of its forest area in the period, we also find that this was a kind of anomalous year. It's not something that we'd expect going forwards. And so it is a significant risk to the project, but it's not something that we anticipate to continue going forward or extending at this magnitude. This is a more or less a one-off event. Again, what we have here is the risks of pest and disease for these projects. Trees can be lost because of beetles, bugs, and general tree death. And what we've got here is the accumulated risk that you'll lose forest area, shown in pink, within the project. Now, when you sum up these risks, the likelihood of losing that area is about 10%, which aligns with the project's deduction it makes for permanence. And so we don't find the associated risk here to be particularly large. I'm sorry if that took quite long, but to finish hopefully with some short points and go back to the start question as to how do we ensure the integrity of credits. Additionality, did the intervention require carbon finance? What we want to do is prioritize projects that otherwise lack feasibility. And in the energy sphere, this looks like projects where there lacks investment in renewables, there lacks grid infrastructure, there even lacks access to electricity. Least developed countries is an area where there definitely could be additional projects. But these exist in developed economies as well, and it's about finding the markets where the price of it being paid for electricity won't support that investment in and of itself. For carbon accounting, I think the important thing is for the industry to acknowledge that science is always being updated, and so our approaches to quantifying emissions also needs to be updated. We should also take conservative stances when we're considering our modeling and understand that there are risks associated with every decision that we make. We need to follow the latest scientific consensus as it develops and ensure that projects regularly update to align with this as well. And finally, for permanence, we want to first of all prioritize projects that do conserve carbon permanently, but also ensure that the mechanisms for accounting for permanence are transparent robust, and quick to act when there are reversals as well. The final factor would be to embrace ratings as an instrument for the carbon market. Every project is different. Even projects applying the same methodology can interpret it very differently. Ratings are a way for projects to be rewarded for going above and beyond a methodology and for applying conservative assumptions and showing higher integrity. It also encourages projects to improve their integrity over time as science develops, but a project might remain the same. One thing that is evolving in the space of carbon credits is market labels, CORSIA, CCPs. Ratings complement these, and they're both useful. CCPs are useful for understanding the generic risks associated with projects and whether or not they will pass a kind of high-level top-down assessment. But what they'll miss is the underlying nuances of every individual project. A good project can apply a bad methodology well, and they'll be ruled out by the CCPs. A bad project can apply a good methodology badly, and that will be ruled in by the CCPs. And so it's really important to consider the nuances of every single project. The final factor, and we've heard some more about this from people in the room as well as our panelists, is that how do we drive demand? How do we accelerate this industry? Ratings are one of the core things driving this at the moment. Ratings help scale the industry by improving supply-side demand-side confidence, which helps aid the supply-side industry in the long term. And so I've got two final slides to run through. Since B0 launched about 3 years ago now, we found that the number of retirements for credits with a high rating has started to overtake the number of the retirements for projects with a lower rating. And so this helps to drive the industry to retire credits that have higher integrity. The other reward is that projects that are rated more highly also receive a higher credit price. And so there is an incentive to be more conservative, to go above and beyond methodologies, and to show that your project has high integrity. Now, back in 2021, there was roughly no correlation that we saw. In 2022, a correlation started to emerge. And by 2023, we saw about a 25% increase in credit price for every headline letter rating you went upwards. I haven't shown here 2024's data, but that 25% has increased to 40%. And so what we're seeing here is that the higher integrity is being rewarded by ratings, and that is helping drive the industry towards higher integrity projects. And embracing ratings as a mechanism is one of our best ways to do this. That's all from me, but I hope I've left enough time for some questions.
Thanks for the presentation. I'd like to understand to what extent B0 is starting to look at renewable energy certificates, such as IREC, as an asset class that could be rated. I asked this question about 3 years ago to some of your colleagues, and the main pushback was that because we don't look at additionality, it's not a rule within the IREC product code, that you wouldn't consider it for a rating. But what I would say is that just because we don't look at additionality doesn't mean that a renewable energy project does not fit your definition or spectrum of additionality. So is this something that is on the roadmap for B0?
Thank you for the question. I'll use the word that was previously used in panels and be a bit cheeky. And I hope that you don't come back in 3 years and have the same question because we've not come up with a better answer. I think the carbon market is developing very quickly at the moment, particularly with the VCM, compliance, CORSIA, Article 6. And so I think they're the primary things that are on our agenda, on areas that we need to tackle. Also, better understanding our framework and how our clients use SDGs as well is something that we're looking into as well. I don't think RECs are something that are primarily on our agenda, but I can definitely see a world in which that develops. and that would primarily be driven by the demand in the market. If that's what people are asking for, that's something that we could look into. Because of the framework differences between RECs and carbon credits, I wonder how we would approach a stance as a ratings agency. So because a REC doesn't look at additionality, and it doesn't look at how their impact is quantified, there might not be so much for us to actually assess beyond what's already there, if you see what I mean. I hope that helps and it's less fluffy than 3 years ago.
Hi, George. So do you actually also, when you measure the risk of a project, obviously jurisdiction, location is a key pivotal part to play. And when you're talking about the Middle East, is that also continent, and have you localized your risk factors to the region? And because, like, for example, in Saudi, grid emission factors are publicly known, right? So would that also damage a project's rating if, for example, the national emission factor database is not publicly available in terms of the carbon accounting metric?
Yes. So our framework isn't specific to the area, it's specific to the project. And so we look at everything that surrounds the project. And for two projects in the same area, that could be the same, it could be different. Think about nature-based projects, for example. 2 different localities and provinces might have different things. In China, you have 6 different grids that all transfer electricity. The lack of access to information is something that we'd consider, and that would be a barrier to us assessing the carbon accounting of these projects. That's not to say it couldn't be done. And so, for example, the tool from the UNFCCC IFI dataset considers all countries, and they base their framework on the information that is available. I believe that they do have access to IEA information, which does allow them to project the grid's emission factor. And so it's something that would impede us. It's something that we would associate with risk, not having any comparable metrics. But it's not to say we couldn't take an analytical view on the project's carbon accounting. I hope that helps.
Just as a last follow-up, so there was an avoidance of non-natural emissions in any project, and so wind power, solar.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the Middle East, what is the highest rating it could get?
The highest rating that any project can get is AAA. Any project could get AAA, and that's the important thing about our framework. It's not to say it will, and they're all related to the nuances of the individual project. It might be rare that we'd see it for an energy project. Our modal rating for energy projects is a B. Our highest to date is a triple B. But the industry is developing with regards to energy projects. And so one thing that is moving the needle and could move in a positive direction is, rather than looking at renewable energy projects, but it's about getting coal-fired power plants off of grids. And that's something that's developing in Asia. And so any project could score highly, but it does relate to the circumstances that we see for those projects.
Sounds like Moody's a little bit, but thank you very much.
Hopefully it does.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one question. What about biodiversity? How biodiversity is accounted in the different scenario and in the different projects? Because you were mentioning 2 projects. One was about a reservoir, one is about reforestation. But also we know that you can do reforestation on different kind of plants. Some of them support biodiversity, some of them actually impact them. And the same reservoir can be helpful for some ecosystem, but can also destroy others. So how this goes into the big picture, because it's very interesting to have massive databases of projects. But if we think in silos, we only think about carbon and we don't think about biodiversity, then we just impacting one environmental crisis without kind of solving the other one.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and it's a very valid one. Our framework typically started as an assessment of carbon projects, and specifically looking at the carbon element of these projects. That didn't mean that from the start we didn't consider biodiversity, biodiversity can impact a project in other of these risk factors that we've talked about. I'm not a nature-based expert, but as an example, the use of one type of tree might face a higher risk to their permanence than another type of tree that's native to the region. As we've developed, and so B0 has grown since I've been at the company from about 40 to 200 employees and been through several rounds of VC funding, that's what our clients also want us to look at is SDGs and specifically biodiversity. So I think 3 weeks ago, we released a biodiversity tool on our platform associated with every project. And this shows the project area, the threats to that area, as well as species that are endangered around that area, and positive or negative, I believe, aspects of the project in relation to that. It's something we're building out slowly, but it is something that we released maybe 3 weeks ago, so hopefully I can give you my card and you can access the website afterwards.
One more question over here. Thank
Sure.
you for the presentation. And it's going to be a mix between a question and comments.
Yeah.
Because, so coming back to your point, what you just said, your clients. My first question is, who are your clients? Because that has changed over the last year, to my understanding, in terms of project developers being able to ask for B0 ratings versus what happened before, buyers, the buy side, asking for B0 ratings, right? So that's already, it's interesting how your client, the definition of your client has changed. And I'm coming from the perspective, and I'm curious if anyone else in the room had the same experience. Me as an asset manager has taken a $35 million project through a B0 rating after its first issuance. Not easy. And that is really something to consider in terms of asking yourself, who are your clients? And what B0 ratings do to liabilities of asset managers. Because really looking into or digging into the trenches of a B0 rating and taking a B0 rating through after its first issuance creates a lot of complexities, because B0 methodologies are often very arbitrary in terms of the guidelines of the methodologies and even the World Bank tools that are applied under CDM baseline setting in the methodologies. I can't be specific, but we can talk about it later. It's just one thing to consider. Another point that I want to make, other than the baseline arbitrary point, is that what you said, yes, potentially any project can have a AAA rating, but if you look at bell curve distribution of the methodologies, it's very skewed towards carbon removals. That the carbon removals have higher ratings by renewable energy projects or household device projects or avoidance projects tend to have lower ratings, which, coming to your last point, showing a correlation that the price premium of higher ratings is it's showing over the years. The last slide that you showed.
Yeah.
Can you go back to that slide?
Sure.
I think given on how the projects are rated based on methodology, yes, like who's getting higher price premiums? It's projects that are preferred by higher ratings. And my last point here is that it's, I think, really, really important to consider looking at these graphs. Like, you're showing correlations, but you're not showing causalities. And that would be really interesting to consider this data set of projects that have been rated, but also all the other projects on the market that haven't been rated in consideration to price premiums under the methodologies that have received higher ratings by you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the questions, and hopefully we can speak afterwards about specifics. I'll try and take all three of them. I hope we've got time. In terms of who our clients are, the product that we first surfaced was a ex-post market. And this was looking at projects that had already issued credits that were ready to be retired. We still do, and is much the case now, rate these projects either because a client has commissioned us to do that rating, or because we have decided to do that rating. So there's two ways that these can develop. What we since added to the market, and this is development post kind of the shift in the market from already ex-post projects to projects that are in development, was then we started to provide ex-ante ratings. And so at that point, we then said, we can rate your project ex-ante to understand the risks associated with your project. You can use this as you see fit. You could choose to make changes to it. You could choose to run it to market. But it was not to advise. It was to understand the risks associated with these. And that could be project developers. They themselves might want to know it. It could be people that are financing the project that want to know before they invest what the actual risks associated with this are and how the market might perceive this. And so are we willing to take on that risk? And so we do also have very strict criteria on our own independence. We take payment before we do the rating, and so that means that there is not an association with any certain developer getting a better rating for any other reason than it's our view. In terms of that, there's also strict procedures in the business where there is a wall between our commercial team and our analytical team. And so we aren't communicating on the value of a client or any information regarding that. It's strictly our analytical view on the project. And so I think our independence in that is primary to understanding if there's a conflict of interest associated with who our clients are. When we rate a project as well as this, ex post, the project rating is publicly available to anyone. So if anyone in this room wants to sign up to B0 ratings, you can find all ratings already there, which I believe is kind of best in class to do with how ratings agencies are providing this information. If that is behind a paywall, I don't know if that's particularly constructive to the industry itself, but also associations with the risk of who clients are. The other thing you noted was to do with the skew of methodologies and how ratings are distributed between these. I think that's to acknowledge that there are certain methodologies that are set up more robustly than others. And so an energy project that exists under one methodology could still get a AAA, but it's just that we don't find that the disclosure is there. Particularly if we look at old methodologies for cook stoves, for example, it would have taken a project to make a commercial hit in the number of credits that they issue with no reward because there wasn't an instrument like ratings. And so what we do find is that it would be rare for these projects that are applying old methodologies to perform very well because they're quite dated. And so it's not to say that there's a skew associated. There is, of course, a bell curve, right? And there will be projects at the extremes, but what we're trying to do is push the industry, skew the average positively. The final thing that you picked up on was our price information. I didn't do this analysis. I also don't know if it would have been productive to have spreadsheets and spreadsheets up in my 30-minute presentation. But I believe that our team tried to account for all of the ways that things can be distributed. And in relation to CDR credits trading at higher prices, I think our data set is not exclusive to CDR projects or their ratings. And so it looks at every single stage on the rating distribution. So from D to C, from C to B, from B to double B, and so on. And so it's supposed to account for all of these factors. I agree with you that there could be a skew towards very high-priced CDR projects trading at $500 that try and skew this distribution. But I don't think the data set that we're looking at is limited to those data points. Sorry, I know. So I think we have a large enough data set to account for those factors and make a general comment on these. But I hope we can chat afterwards as well and speak about your individual project. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, our final session is a fireside chat titled as The Role of Alignment and Trust in Building Sustainable Environmental Attributes Ecosystem. This session will explore how collaboration and transparency are essential for fostering a trusted sustainability framework. Please welcome our speakers, Michael Tsang from 3 Pillars Consulting and Thomas Bose from ENOA. This session will be moderated by Mr. Gareth Turner from Numerco Limited. Please join me in welcoming them all.
The framework. The desire of organisations to make reliable and verifiable claims is visible when looking at the number of companies actively reporting under the Carbon Disclosure Project, RE100 and Science-Based Targets initiatives. All of these organisations disclosing their Scope 2 emissions must use environmental attributes to prove their consumption. So we want to look at how Saudi Arabia can harness the power of the environmental attributes markets. Thomas, to turn to you for a practical perspective, as an energy off-taker, how has demand for attributes of carbon under the voluntary market and RECs evolved in Saudi Arabia over the past few years?
First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity at this panel discussion. In short, evolving and picking up. Maybe just as a practical example, so when we started back in 2020 to look into our potential exposure in NEOM, it was a quite challenging undertaking because we somehow started from zero. And really everything was pretty much based on assumptions. We then, modeled based on demand forecasts, different scenarios up to 2030, because that was the initial stage where we said, like, okay, in 2030 we do go live to some extent, and then based on that, really set up a standardized management framework for carbon. That really ticks all the boxes when it comes to, on one hand, the accounting side. So we set up a system to account for all emissions, Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3. Then we looked into potential reduction measures because it was very clear for us we can't just offset all the emissions we have. We also need to put some efforts in really reducing our exposure in the long run. It was very important for us to develop in Saudi Arabia, or to support the development of a domestic market. Obviously back in 2020, not many offsets, or basically no offsets were available. So it was something which is just, over the next years is really coming into action there. So we started our own development efforts in Saudi Arabia with a handful of projects now under development, and then obviously had to tap into global voluntary carbon markets. For us, since we have an exposure across different scopes, it was clear that for Scope 1, we tap into the carbon markets, and for Scope 2, we look into renewable energy certificates. Interesting to see that obviously Saudi Arabia has a history when it comes to compliance CDM market back in the early days. There were only a handful of projects with only, I think, 250,000 tons or 250,000 CRs that were actually issued. Yeah? So currently the IREC market in Saudi Arabia is a lot larger than the carbon market ever was in Saudi Arabia. Yeah? So obviously with initiatives like the GCOM, with RVCMC, to really build up that market, I think we will see a lot more carbon also developing. Yeah, so for us, we've been actively looking into the IREC market. Yeah, I think the first project that was registered was back in 2021, with some volumes being issued, but only over the last 2 years we can really see that these issuance are really picking up. I believe there's still quite a delta in Saudi Arabia when it comes to issued IRECs and IRECs that are being redeemed or retired. Yeah? I think that has a lot to do with also, at least from our perspectives, that we want to clear against what we are retiring the IRECs. Yeah? So we have accounts that are being third-party verified by third parties, and we want to be very clear that, that we use the IREC against something which is really clear and robust, and maybe therefore is also a bit of a delay when it comes to the retirement and that gap between issuance and retired.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas. And Michael, for a broader perspective, looking at your experience in Oman and the wider region, how have you seen development of the systems and possibly driving demand through quality and so on?
Yeah. Well, pleasure to be here with everybody today. So yeah, some of my perspective won't be specific to Saudi necessarily. So the company that I founded, CEO of Three Pillars Consulting, we're the local accredited issuer of IRECs in Oman. So a lot of what I'll say today is kind of based on Oman's past history and experience with IRECs and the market there, but I think it's generally applicable for the GCC, since most of the markets are just kind of emerging here, and the kind of establishing of local issuers and so forth are all on similar timelines. So a lot of the things that Thomas was saying is kind of similar to the Oman experience, and I'll just give a little bit of history. So, I mean, we started the kind of journey with IREC and iTrack Foundation around that same time that the first project in Saudi was registered, so around 2020, just to give perspective on like kind of development times and how the market grows. And at that time, it was about stakeholder engagement with the government side, the regulators, policy, so Ministry of Energy and so forth, trying to get them to understand what is the benefit, how are these certificates used for Scope 2 reporting, for example, how companies, industries in Oman might benefit from them. And then that was established. We came on as the local issuer and then started registering projects. Oman was still in early days of renewable energy projects. So in 2020, 2021, there was really only a 50 megawatt wind project and a 500 megawatt solar project in the country. But both of those came online and were registered in the system quickly after that. But there was really no issuance right away because there was no demand yet. And so that's kind of the other half of the equation is where does the demand come from and how has that shaped up over the last few years? And so that's what we've really focused on, let's say from 2022 to 2020 now, basically, is meeting with industry players, meeting with the electricity consumers, and ensuring that they understand kind of what are the standards and methods for greenhouse gas accounting, location versus market-based accounting, what's a contractual instrument, and how do IRECs or energy attribute certificates fit into that puzzle or that equation. So it's been an ongoing development, and what you would see is, let's say, the grid in Oman is about 5%, up until December 2024, just recently, the grid was 5% renewables. And all of that 5% of renewable capacity was actually registered through IREC and with Evident, with, I think, full certificate issuance for the last year and a half, which is a good signal. Again, I don't know if there's been redemption for all of those certificates on that side, but I can assume that the developers and the project owners themselves would not issue full capacity unless they knew there was some demand waiting for them. Oman also just turned on and commissioned another 2 solar projects for 1 gigawatt of combined capacity, and those will be registered soon. So in short, in summary, the market's picking up. We do see those project developers quite active with us, registering the projects, and we do see a lot of, let's say, hard-to-abate sector companies like cement, aluminum, steel, starting to use these for their environmental product declarations, life cycle assessments, and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Michael. At Numurco, we see something similar. As of mid-24, there are IREC-based schemes across about 65 markets, and we've seen the demand for those different locations grow, particularly some small countries in Africa and so on. I wanted to ask you, Thomas, in terms of the challenges that you've sort of encountered, and I suppose the field ahead with challenges with CBAM, with ITMO, lack of clarity over Article 6. I know it's a very broad question, but how are you approaching those risks, challenges in front of you?
Yeah, for us, I would say it's an easy answer on a complex question. We are part of Saudi Arabia, right? In terms of cross-border trading or transactions, we keep that to a limit. If we procure IREX from Saudi entities, they stay in Saudi Arabia. They're being redeemed in Saudi Arabia. Obviously, we make a difference when it comes to the utilization of these IREX. So we are developing one of the largest green hydrogen facilities in NEOM. And as you mentioned, Gerrit, so there we are faced with European legislations, RED 2, RED 3, delegated acts, and so forth. And there we've been, following a very strict approach, where connections of renewables to the electrolyzers, they need to be direct when it comes to renewables, right? Obviously with the IREX to showcasing that it is possible, but here we are definitely not using debundled IREX in order to green the electricity that may or may not come from the grid for utilization in Europe.
Okay, thank you. To look at the market from a trading perspective, from our side, we're very active in the OTC market, the advance of exchanges, ratings, everything that's coming. Do you see those as assisting the market in terms of helping fungibility, or do you think it's going to continue largely along the same lines? I know IREX is slightly different. Our experience is much more on the carbon side, but from the IREX perspective, do you see exchanges maybe playing a larger role now going forward?
I think the challenge with exchanges when it comes to IREX is that those are regional mechanisms. Yeah? At least if you're following the Scope 2 guidelines from the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. So for me, it's important that I'm purchasing an IREX from a device that is grid connected to that grid where I'm taking consumption from. Yeah? So I would, to some extent, see there maybe limitations when we are looking at two exchanges. Yeah. On the other hand, for me, IREX is a very standardized product, and there can easily be a secondary market opposed to carbon offsets. Yeah. So it's I would see in both ways. Yeah. For us on the IREX side. We had a couple of spot deals, but that was due to the fact that there was no supply in Saudi Arabia. So there we really had to tap into grid-connected countries or neighboring countries. Then on the what is happening in Saudi Arabia, we've signed a lot of forward contracts. Yeah, that was simply the fact is that supply would only be available, after 2 years. And we also know that we have an exposure that lasts, many years. So in order to, hedge from a price perspective, we decided it's a good move to sign forward contracts with on a fixed price level.
Thank you. And I think that's another question in terms of, as such a major or potential major producer under Vision 2030, where do we see Saudi Arabia, even Oman's perspective of being able to export their certificates if we can try and have maybe a GCC regional system initially and then something wider?
I would hope so. And I see, already what is happening now when you look into Saudi Arabia with early announcement of voluntary markets, the GCOM, and then later announcement of a trading compliance markets. You can see in the UAE market developments on compliance side. So I feel like you have these different initiatives in the different countries, and I would really hope that there will be interlinkages at some point, to really increase this market potential, and don't have isolated systems, because the countries are simply too small for that, to really generate a proper market, in my opinion.
Okay. And Michael, in terms of
strategy, just a small comment on that, since you were talking about the restriction of sales of IREX to other countries. So, again, from the Oman experience, Oman put in place an informal policy so that before a registrant or a project owner like OPWP, Oman Power and Water Procurement Company, before they sell their IREC, they have to clear it with the policymaker, the Ministry of Energy, to double check if they're intending to sell it outside the country. And the Ministry of Energy's concern came from ITMO's Article 6, and if they have to do corresponding adjustments either to their greenhouse gas or non-greenhouse gas NDC targets and things like that. So we've had a lot of discussions with the policymaker, Ministry of Energy, on that topic. I think they're a bit more flexible now as they understand kind of this difference, like what Dr. Maria was saying earlier about greenhouse gas NDC targets versus non-greenhouse gas NDC targets, and so forth. Yeah.
In terms of the forward contracts, Thomas, I suppose to labour on the Article 6 or perspective from the carbon side, how I understand being produced within Saudi Arabia, it's possible, but we know from interactions and so on that there's international purchases happening for units. Have you looked at forward purchases of volumes outside of the region?
For IREX?
Well, probably for both.
Yeah, I mean for IREX not. Yeah, that is really only domestic, and for carbon offsets to a certain extent, but I think we have secured ourselves pretty well contractual wise in terms of that we could get out of these agreements in case there are challenges. Yeah.
I think the integrity side from previous with B0 and some of the ratings agencies, from the carbon perspective, there have been challenges. I think everyone wants to improve the quality. Looking at some of the schemes in the country, in Saudi, do you think that the exchange platform, the perceived auctions, they can assist with improving the quality of what's required? Or do you think they're acting as not a stoppage, but certainly an obstacle sometimes to get to the goal?
No, absolutely. I definitely support that, and I think that's also something where a closer look will be done at quality. For us and for me personally, having been in carbon markets for nearly 20 years now, I have to say I do acknowledge the B0 ratings, and I do essentially think it's a good incentive to do that. I remember myself, traveling around in the early days to sites and doing my own on-site, due diligence activities. Obviously, things are being standardized, but I would still, ask the question, to which extent these rating agencies do actually proper site visits and really look in the context of a project in the country, proper assessment.
Michael, from an MRV perspective, in terms of improving quality, are there any actions that we can take, or anything that's developing currently that we think will improve maybe scalability or the quality perspective from a buyer's side?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know if I'll answer your question directly or if I have something tangible. I just think, like, if we look at the whole purpose of the, let's say, IREC system in general, the whole purpose of it is to provide transparency in the first place of what is in the grid and what consumers have access to from that point of view. So in many ways, it serves its purpose in that regard. I would say one thing that might be lacking or a blind spot in a lot of IREC markets or IREC operates is transparency on things like the residual mix emissions factor. And, you know, consumers are clever in the market, so they'll say things like, if they're new, they'll say, okay, I understand I could potentially buy this IREC, I can redeem it for my Scope 2 market-based accounting, but what about the others? What are the others doing? Won't it be double counted since it's already in the grid? I say, yeah, good question. That's where the residual mix comes in. They say, okay, is there a published official residual mix that's been validated, verified? And we say, usually, we're working on it. Luckily in Oman, we had been, Three Pillars Consulting, we'd been working with NAMA Power and Water Procurement for the last year to develop a software tool so that they can track the grid average emissions factor and the residual emissions factor in real time, using primary data from the power producers and then based on issuances from the IREC and Evident Registry. So that's something that we're just launching now. So it gives a bit more transparency. It doesn't exactly answer your question about MRV, but that's another angle of talking about transparency and legitimacy of the system.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thomas, if I could turn to you, are there specific key developments that you would look at to boost the market in the Kingdom or even in the wider GCC region? Are there specific areas that you think we could be focusing on as a market?
Yeah, I think from what we see in Saudi Arabia, and I mean, you have these larger buyers of IRECs, right? So I'm just wondering, you know, at what point it's, you know, going towards the more, you know, SME level, you know, that actually also smaller buyers really enter the market, and there would then, you know, see maybe a challenge, you know, when it comes really to the timely issuance of small amounts, right? So if I'm buying, you know, I don't know, 100,000 of megawatts, you know, and that is fine for me if that is happening this week or in 3 or 4 weeks, you know, because I'm not retiring on a daily or a weekly basis. But, you know, when that really comes to more granularity, you know, when it comes to matching and so forth, I think that could be something, you know, where we should be prepared in countries like Saudi Arabia with such a breadth and volume of potential, you know, offtake.
And Michael, I suppose looking at the standards that are coming, particularly in Saudi with GCOM, but more broadly across the region, how closely should the interaction and siloing of the DNA and everyone be involved with the development of the market? Do we think they should stand alone, or should everyone be working together to try and provide a system or framework that benefits everyone and draws people in?
I mean, I don't think anybody should be working in silos when it comes to these types of topics. It doesn't help anybody. These are broader policy, regulatory, international trade questions, you know, when it comes to product level accounting, the use of IRECs and how you can report your carbon footprint and things like that. So the example that comes to my mind is, you know, we've been talking to, again, Ministry of Energy, the regulator as well in Oman on issues like CBAM and saying, okay, well, under CBAM, they talk about PPAs. Under RFMBO, they talk about PPAs. In Oman, PPAs are not allowed, right? They have a central purchaser model. So how does, you know, why am I bringing this up? Because then the market starts questioning, say, okay, you have IRECs available in Oman, but what good are they to me as an aluminum producer, a steel producer, if I can't use them for my CBAM reporting? So the last 2 years, we've been very collaborative, bringing the regulator together with the central purchaser, the Ministry of Energy, us as the local issuer, and really hammering this message across to them and saying, like, look, some of your industries might get stuck behind. Like, if there's a country nearby where they can have PPAs and an energy attribute certificate to redeem, they're going to be in a much better position, let's say, as an aluminum producer compared to Sohar Aluminum in northern Oman. So we're happy to say that the Omani government just announced that they're going to allow PPAs now. So they'll allow direct purchases, they'll allow wheeling through the grid, et cetera. So that's an example of, we all came together over the last 2 years, had a lot of discussions, a lot of debates, and now it's working out in favor of everybody.
Maybe just to add to that, I also really have to say, like, the support, or the way, how in Saudi Arabia the whole Iraq topic is being, managed and coordinated by the CDM DNA, is really great to see. Yeah, so I remember it from the early days when I was a local issuer in the UAE, where somehow at that point in time was still a mechanism that was somehow under the radar, right? So the Ministry of Energy didn't know anything about it, neither did the DNA in the UAE, where here both the CDM DNA and also from us, we were very transparent in terms of giving them the information on what we are planning to purchase in terms of IREX, what our demand is, what our forecasted demand is. So I think it's a very good basis to have something which came out of a very voluntary angle to really regulate it in a way that you don't that you avoid potential double counting in the long run.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick because I know we're running over time and we're holding up everyone from lunch. I suppose a slight side topic, but from our experience in developing the units, particularly with ACWA in Morocco and Egypt, the carbon is used as the metric, but the customers and the buyers are actually buying the co-benefits. That's something that we don't see as much in the IREX because people are buying on a megawatt hour basis. But do you see any value and maybe a possibility of it being an extra tool to be some more leverage to add a label? I know there's eco-energy, for example, to maybe describe some more of the co-benefits that come around the projects, largely obviously based on renewable energy, but so are the carbon projects that we're doing, but they've got a breadth of work that we're doing, particularly in Morocco, around almond collectives and female empowerment and so on. So do you see a potential as a buyer for more of that, so you can have more story around the IREX?
Honestly, as a buyer, I'm not sure. As a standard setter, I know that, for example, the GCC in Qatar is currently looking into a renewable energy certificate scheme where they want to really focus on RECs that are additional. So the whole concept on an additional REC wouldn't be there. So they say it's an AREC, and it needs to comply with the carbon standard additionality requirements of a project. Having no experience in that label because it's very new. I would just hope also in the future, what we really don't want is hundreds of different REC standards to choose from, right? So we have the problem already with the voluntary markets. I think it would be very good if the standard setters would to some point, agree on something, because I think, that's the best way how you really can capture the market and avoid a confusion on the developer side as well as on the buyer side.
Okay, thank you. I think hopefully that's given a summary from everyone. We're happy to field questions now. If anyone in the crowd has any questions they'd like to ask us around the demand or the markets itself, we'd be happy to answer those. All hungry for lunch. So, All right, well, thank you everyone, and thank you very much again for ACWA for hosting this informative session.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to wrap it all up, allow me to welcome Dr. Rasha Al-Rawaf, Chief Corporate Affairs and Sustainable Officer at ACWA Power, to deliver the closing remarks. Please join me in welcoming her. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have two challenges today. I'm keeping you from lunch, and then I have the pleasure of summarizing for you today. So just in case if you've missed any points, I'm here to give you the highlights. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for joining ACWA Power's inaugural event, the Sustainability and Carbon Offsetting event. I'd like to thank our online users that are joining us. Thank you very much. Our guests, our partners, our esteemed speakers and panelists. This is going to be, inshallah, the beginning of a long series of talks and workshops and collaborations. I would like to note that the word of today was cheeky. It was repeated several times throughout the day. I think one of the key takeaways that I have was from Riyadh when he did the opening panel, is that we don't need to be followers. We can be the trendsetters. We can be the trendsetters in the country, in the region, and in the world. And then I'll repeat what Oleg said. He said, it's not just about the journey, it's where you are in the journey. So I'm going to challenge you that next time we come and have this session again, is that you remember where you were on your journey of sustainability during this event, and then where you are the next time we meet together. I think one of the things that we discussed today is that we're all not delusional. We know that there's a long path on this journey, and there are a lot of challenges. As Maria mentioned, we still have a challenge about data availability, including transparency, residual mix. So we have a lot of things that we need to do and work together on it. But that's the beauty of coming together here. We are here to collaborate, to continue this discussion. This is just to spark the talking points. We've got both the government representatives, the Ministry of Energy, the regulators such as DNA, internationals such as the UNGC. We have representatives from the private sector, from all aspects of the sectors such as real estate. We've got Roshan. From finance, we've got SAB. From tourism, we've got Cruise Saudi. Just some simple examples of how we all want to come here together and talk about sustainability and how we can move the journey forward. But how are we going to do that? Through incentives, through capacity building, through regulations that we all work on it together. We have initiatives such as the UNGC Forward Faster that is going to help us track the journey and move it along. And I'm going to have a cheeky plug over here. You know, the challenge was to work in cheeky to my closing remarks, is that I want you all to think of ACWA Power as your partner for renewable energy certificates and carbon credits. Thank you everybody for coming and attending. I'd like to thank my team for coordinating this. Abdurrahman, Abdul Majid, Majid, Louis, Muna, Duna, Hussein. Sorry, I have to thank them all. So thank you everyone for this, and thank you, our guests, for coming and being a part of this journey. Thank you everyone.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of ACWA Power first Sustainable and Carbon Offsetting Workshop. On behalf of the organization team, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for making this event a success. Thank you so much. Your contribution and engagement today will play a circular role in advancing corporate sustainability and achieving Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 climate commitments. We invite you now to join us for lunch at the restaurant over there. The ushers will show you the way. Thank you all for attending today, and you have a wonderful day. Thank you. God bless.